Just to quickly have it from Medansh. Medansh, what is it that the youth of India and Russia can look towards now that President Putin's making that state visit?
I find it really motivating to see how Russia...
I also want to go across to my colleague Sanjay Suri, who continues to be with us. Sanjay, want to understand from you, because you've been following it since the very start of the Ukraine war. You know, the high-pitched... All right, let me go across to my colleague Arun Dhata first, because he's there at the Palam airport where all the action is right now. We have multiple sets of visuals, Arun, that have come in. The Prime Minister reaching, there is a ceremonial guard of honor of sorts that is being prepared on the tarmac. Tell us more of what's happening.
Well, that's right. We have earlier shown that Prime Minister Modi had entered the Palam Technical Airport, and in fact he's inside. As we've been discussing about the preparations inside the airport, completely it is decked up to welcome the Russian President Vladimir Putin. Let me quickly show you a glimpse of the Palam Technical Airport gate. There you can see now. In fact, it seems that the traffic movement is going to be stopped in a short while from. This is the gate that you see. You will be getting in a short while from now the live visuals of both the leaders coming out. And interestingly, Shivani, we'll have to see whether both
the Prime Minister is there on the tarmac. These are live visuals coming in. His car is there. The security is there. He's now waiting inside his vehicle as the Russian President Vladimir Putin's plane lands. We are being told that plane has landed. So both of them are going to be greeting each other very, very shortly. The Prime Minister is exiting his car. And could we see both of them riding to his residence together? I think that is something that could be looked forward to, because in the past, the ride that both Putin and Modi shared became the talk of the town. So could something that be repeated on the streets of New Delhi? We'll wait and see. But these are fresh visuals coming in of the Prime Minister waiting to embrace, I'm guessing, his friend Putin. There could very well be a hug on cards and maybe, who knows, a shared ride. But these are, of course, visuals that are going to be watched very closely across the world. India is not pulling any stops as far as the welcome for Vladimir Putin is concerned. It is unfettered and unconcerned of the global eye on this visit to India. Ceremonial red carpet that has been rolled out for Vladimir Putin. Lots on the agenda, but what is really center stage is the friendship that these two nations have. And that friendship is not going anywhere, pressure from the West or NATO or not. That is going to be the signaling that both of these leaders are going to be doing as Vladimir Putin lands in India for his 30-hour visit. We are being told he has landed. Prime Minister is walking towards a certain direction now. We'll try and get a more clearer visual of what is happening there, but it seems like there could be a meeting inside. Let's see. He's gone inside some building. We'll see exactly what happens. But what we're getting to know is that President Putin's plane has landed at Palam Airport for his visit. The Prime Minister is there at the airport, almost on the tarmac, to receive his friend. And we're waiting to see exactly what transpires between these two leaders. They're going to go straight, mind you, to Prime Minister's residence, 7 LKM. And they're going to have a very private conversation there just between the two leaders. And there's going to be a dinner for the visiting dignitary at the PM's residence before the ceremonial activities begin tomorrow and all of the bilateral work happens tomorrow. There's going to be a quiet, very private meeting between the two leaders this evening. Could they share a ride together? We'll wait and see. Those pictures went viral, mind you, when they were sitting in a car together last time around. And this would be a great photo op if it happens once again. But Prime Minister Narendra Modi being there in person at the airport to receive Vladimir Putin, that in itself is, as they say, quote-unquote, breaking protocol. This is not how it's supposed to be. But Prime Minister has done this in the past when he wants to signal not just India's interest in a particular country, but also his personal relationship with the very many dignitaries that he has gone to the airport for. It has happened not just in New Delhi, but even in other states, in Gujarat, for example. And Siddhant, my colleague, also is continuing to be with us. Siddhant, any moment now, any moment, I think we could get visuals of the two leaders meeting.
Well, that's right, Shivani. In fact, you were mentioning about Prime Minister, an expert in extending special gestures. And whenever these two leaders meet, President Putin and Prime Minister Modi, there is something very unexpected that will happen. The bonhomie embraces, the hugs between the two leaders. In fact, if we talk about the Tianjin summit, Shivani, the way President Putin and Prime Minister Modi went together to meet President Xi Jinping, and then all the three leaders, had brief conversation ahead of the plenary session. Then, as you rightly pointed out, right after the Tianjin summit, both Prime Minister Modi and President Putin drove in one car to the hotel for the bilateral talks. So this relationship, this bonhomie, is very, very special. And also, Shivani, all this while, since the start of this conflict, many times President Putin has briefed Prime Minister Modi on Russia's position, on how Russia is going to pursue peace, the efforts Russia is giving for peace in Ukraine, etc., etc. So, there is definitely a comfort level between the two leaders. There is definitely a very good understanding between the two leaders, and this is the reason that last time around also, when Prime Minister Modi visited Moscow, there was restrictive level talks between the two leaders. In fact, both leaders exchanged perspectives on Ukraine conflict. And also, Shivani, because of this comfort level only, Prime Minister Modi is the only world leader to be sitting next to President Putin and telling him, stop the war, children are dying. So this is exactly what Prime Minister Modi said when he visited Moscow last year in July. So that's the level of comfort, and Russia is always open to discuss anything related to Ukraine conflict or global scenarios with India. So, this to celebrate this bonhomie, to celebrate this relationship, this kinship, Prime Minister Modi has once again extended this special gesture of going to the airports by breaking all protocols and to receive his friend.
This is not the first time. This is not the first time, Siddhant. This is Anand here, and good evening to our viewers as we continue on into the right stand. Whether or not will these two leaders take the right stand in the interest of global peace, harmony, and of course the global south. More importantly, what will be the interest of Bharat and Russia? That's the big question, as Prime Minister Narendra Modi, like he did for the Saudi Arabia prince, like he did for Sheikh Hasina in the past, like he has done for special leaders, he has for Donald Trump. He has gone there to show to the world that Vladimir Putin and Bharat's equation with Russia is equally important for Bharat as compared to any of the other nations, be it in the friendly neighborhood or be it from the West. But this is a special gesture. Let's remember, Arun Dhanta is there at the airport. We also have Siddhant joining us right from outside 7 LKM, that's where they will actually make their way. We must remember at Tianjin, there was a very special gesture that was extended by President Putin, where he waited for 10 minutes in his Aurus Senat, and then he brought in and hosted Prime Minister Narendra Modi in his vehicle, in his security vehicle, and they drove around for an hour. The world watched when Prime Minister Narendra Modi sat inside President Putin's car, and President Putin actually waited for 10 minutes because Prime Minister Narendra Modi was held up at that time. Now, these are fresh visuals coming through. The red carpet has been laid out. Prime Minister Narendra Modi may walk up right up to the front along with the Foreign Minister Subramaniam Jaishankar. He will be there, and President Putin will step out of the special aircraft, the presidential aircraft. Now, we will have, that's Prime Minister Narendra Modi getting off the vehicle and greeting the people present. There is a special guard of honor right at the tarmac, and President Putin will get out of the aircraft any moment now, and we should have those pictures. This is indeed a big moment, and Siddhant and Arun Dhanta with us. Siddhant, weigh in on this. The Bharat Dosti, Russia Dosti, the President Putin, Prime Minister Narendra Modi connection and them knowing each other goes back to 2001, where we have pictures of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, perhaps as Chief Minister of Gujarat at that time, accompanying Prime Minister Vajpayee to Moscow. And at that time, it was Prime Minister Vladimir Putin, Boris Yeltsin was the president. They were sitting there signing documents, and Prime Minister Modi was present. So they go back a long way, more than 2.5 decades. Their association, their knowing each other, their friendship. And perhaps it's now ready to take it to the next level, where they have hinted at a no-limits partnership, where both nations will be committed to helping each other prosper?
Well, yes, that's right, Anand. In fact, the sources are also telling us that wait for a few more surprises by tomorrow. So we could expect, some more surprises coming our way from Prime Minister Modi and President Putin, because till today afternoon we were expecting EMS Jaishankar to be going to receive President Putin. But, by evening it was CNN News 18 which broke the story first, that Prime Minister Modi will be going to the airport by breaking protocols to receive President Putin. Also, Anand, if you allow me, I would like to share one incident. There was a bilateral meeting which was going on between President Putin and Prime Minister Modi long back, and there was some mic issue, some translation issues. So President Putin immediately intervened and said that we don't need translators, we understand each other's language very well. So that's the level of comfort, that's the friendship and the understanding between the two leaders. And when President Putin said that, Prime Minister Modi also smiled. As I said, that there's going to be more surprises, there's going to be more gestures, unexpected gestures, which we could expect tomorrow in the national capital when these two leaders are going to meet. And this is the first visit of President Putin to India in 5 years. Today, both leaders will have a private meeting. It will only be President Putin and Prime Minister Modi in room, along with the translators, and perhaps they are going to discuss global scenarios.
That meeting, Siddhant, actually begins even as they depart the airport. For all you know, they may just travel in the same car. Whether just checking with Arun Dhanta. Arun, did you also see President Putin's cavalcade, the Aurus Senat, which has been brought down specifically for his visit here and for his local travel? Is that already inside the airport? Is it a possibility that the two leaders may actually share the same vehicle on their way out, on the way to Lok Kalyan Marg?
Well, Anand, it's going to be very, very interesting to see as to what happens, how both the leaders travel, whether they will be a redux moment, what we witnessed in Tianjin in China when President Putin waited for Prime Minister Modi and then both of them traveled in the same car. Will today again be a day when those scenes will be once again seen here? But as we are seeing that Prime Minister Modi is already inside, and we are also told that Vladimir Putin has also reached here. And Anand, let me quickly tell you that the distance from here, the Palam Technical Airport, to the 7 LKM, the official residence of Prime Minister Modi, is 11 kilometers. So the moment they come out of this gate, if you can see right now from our camera on our screens right now, is 15 to 20 minutes. 7:30 is the time for the dinner. And of course, as we've been speaking to people inside the airport, they're saying that the entire airport is glittering, completely decked up, and Prime Minister Modi, of course, ensuring, because he reached way before time inside the airport, and in fact, took a stalk around how's the preparation for the welcome of Vladimir Putin. Remember, as you've been also discussing about this, there have been very few instances when Prime Minister Modi himself had come to the airport, and this year we had seen when Amir of Qatar had arrived, Prime Minister Modi was here, and in 2020 in Ahmedabad for Donald Trump, in 2017 for Sheikh Hasina and for Shinzo Abe, and in 2015 for Barack Obama when he was the chief guest of Republic Day. So today again is the day, and that shows that how important that person is for you, who is coming to your country, and you are himself going there at the airport and waiting for him actually to arrive, and then of course the entire delegation along with you.
That 10-minute wait,
so
that 10-minute wait will go a long way. That will not be forgotten. That 10-minute wait that President Putin made in Tianjin for Prime Minister Narendra Modi to join him inside his vehicle, in his car, will not be forgotten. And perhaps this is also a signal to the world. We'll try and see if we have our guests this evening on the right stand to understand the import of these of these pictures. We should also have the live visuals coming. These are from just a short while ago. The preparations are at full tilt, and there will be the bonhomie. There will be, where do they meet and greet each other? Both leaders, will they break protocol, and will one invite the other into their cavalcade, and will they travel together, and do the conversations already then begin? Abhijit Iyer Mitra with us. Abhijit Iyer Mitra, big messaging to the world that Russia is an important partner. The West may want to sanction it left, right and center and lampoon it, but Bharat stands steadfast, just like Russia has in the past with Bharat. Those are pictures of President Putin's aircraft landing. Its touchdown has happened and the taxi will happen. These are first pictures coming on CNN News 18. So the presidential plane is on the tarmac. There it is. And then it will just exit the runway, make its way to the tarmac area where officials of both the Prime Minister and the President of Russia, Prime Minister Narendra Modi's officials, and of course the Russian delegation and the Russian officials, they're all present there for this welcome. The red carpet will be laid and then President Putin will alight. But Abhijit Iyer Mitra, as we have these pictures, your thoughts?
Remember, this relationship, it is 70, 80 years old. They have always given us a veto on demand, except for that short period when Andrei Kozyrev was foreign minister. Now, Andrei Kozyrev is a rat who's now in the West sitting and talking about sanctioning Russia and things like that. So we should leave that aside as an aberration. The rest of the time, when have the Russians not come through for us? We used to keep getting moral lectures from the West, when the West had no problem supporting Pakistan with arms and sometimes sending the fleet against us to thwart our attempts at disciplining Pakistan. Russia stood by us. Now, it is not just historical value, Anand. We need to remember we can never allow China and Russia to come together. We have to keep Russia on our good side for our own interest, current interest right now. This is not past baggage we're talking about. This is present geopolitical interest that we have to keep in mind. And this is something that is current. Now, there is also things now like the S-400. I'm very certain there is an S-400 or an S-500 purchase that is going to happen. Sukhoi 27, Sukhoi 57, I don't know. Maybe, may not be. But the relationship is good. It is clear. The dynamics, the geopolitical dynamics of it are 100% solid. Because remember, Russia also can't be stuck with a monopsony market in China. It needs alternative markets for its higher value goods and things like that, which India provides.
True. Ambassador Shashank is with us, former Foreign Secretary of India, and also Surya Jayanti, non-resident senior fellow, Atlantic Council with us. My namaste and Jai Hind. Thank you for your time. Shashankji, your thoughts? How critical, how important is this visit from both Bharat and also Russia's perspective? Shashankji, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, your thoughts, please. Namaste. Anand here. Ji.
Namaste, Anand. No, I didn't hear your question. I thought you were asking someone else.
No, the question was to you.
Yes.
The importance of this visit from both Russia's perspective and also Bharat's perspective. The timing also.
It's an extremely important visit. It's taking place after 4 years. And when there have been signs that America is trying to bring an end to the Ukraine-Russia conflict, but it is finding that, firstly, the Europeans are not on board. Secondly, the American arms manufacturers are also not on board. So there is some kind of a difficulty within the American setup. So with this as the background, Russia and India are both trying to continue strengthening their relationships. This is a relationship of total mutual trust, and which has been built up over a long period of time. And the kind of technology transfers which have taken place between our two countries, they have led to a new situation where we have been talking about a joint production, joint R&D and investments in both places. So I think these are the issues which have been talked about. Now we need to implement them. And I think keeping in mind India's Atmanirbharta campaign, we should really request this time Russia to do the technology transfer as much as possible to India.
Well, with respect to the S500s, there is conversation around technology transfer. The S500s are important in terms of futuristic capabilities. There's conversation around technology transfer and manufacture in Bharat of the Sukhoi 57 too. But will we get there? Because we're still expecting 2 batteries of the S400s. That's already part of the deal. Surya Jayanti, will it be largely defense, or will there be another geopolitical import of this visit too?
This is a hugely important visit, geopolitically speaking. I think the broader background here is, and I say this speaking from Washington, D.C., and as a former U.S. diplomat assigned to Ukraine, the broader background here is that it is not all about the United States all the time, and often to forget that there are countries out there that have their own long-standing relationships, their own long-standing priorities that diverge from the United States' geopolitical and economic priorities. So what Washington is watching unfold is exactly that situation now between Russia and India. And what Washington wants is, of course, a big part of the dance that's going to go on, because Modi is in a position where he needs to balance both his interests with Moscow and also his interests with Washington, D.C. But there are many aspects of this that the United States has no role in. And so I think we will see as much of a strengthening of the relationship as possible between India and Russia from this. I think it will be couched very much in rhetoric of global stability. I think India will be quite careful to make sure that it isn't saying anything inflammatory to the United States. But we are watching a little bit of a global power realignment, and the Russia-India-China shift of power from Western capitals to these Eastern countries is something that I think is rapidly unfolding, and that the Russian war in Ukraine has played a big part of. And then most broadly, or at least with respect to the balance of power between Russia and India, I think Russia needs India a lot more than India needs Russia right now. And so I think this is an excellent opportunity for India to secure some concessions in defense, some contracts in energy, manufacturing, as well as broader strategic gains.
Well, Bharat has a 70 billion import bill and just a 4 billion export bill to Russia right now. So that trade deficit needs to be balanced a bit. Nikita Menkovich, director of the Eurasian Analytical Club, is also with us. My namaste. Thank you for your time. Your thoughts on this? There are 10 GOMs that are supposed to be signed. That's not necessarily defense. What do you think will be the key focus areas, Nikita, as far as President Putin's perspective is concerned? Because there have been some placatory tones post the Witkoff meet from the Americans. There has been some indications from Mr. Peskov also, where he said that we just need a sovereign guarantee from Ukraine that they will not join NATO, and then we can immediately cease fire. Will that conversation also happen between these two leaders? Is Bharat playing a role in the Russia-Ukraine conflict? Nikita.
First of all, I'd like to underline that there is no Russian-Ukrainian conflict. It is a Ukrainian problem, Ukrainian conflict, in which Russian and Ukrainian army fighting against a puppet government in Kyiv. They're fighting for those land and for those freedom. That's what it is about. Of course, in this case, Russia is dealing with United States, who established and controlled so-called Ukrainian government of Mr. Zelensky. The only thing we want our land back. We want freedom for our people. We want guarantees that no new war will be produced by United States and NATO on the Ukraine territory. Of course, we doesn't want to see there NATO troops, American soldiers, American occupation. That's all about. Please don't talk about so-called Russia-Ukrainian conflict. A lot of Ukrainian people fighting against American mercenaries in Russian troops. Russian and Ukrainian people are allies against NATO aggression. You should remember it.
It's also about the narratives and perspectives from either side. And one of the things perhaps that Bharat can learn is to how to shed the Western narrative and to try and pursue a narrative that is important to the country. The Russians seem to be doing that very focused and ably, and have negotiated a huge gamut of sanctions and financial distress to continue to sustain themselves. But Farwa Amer, Director of South Asia Initiatives, Asia Society Policy Institute, would you agree with Nikita, Surya, or would you have a different perspective itself on the import of this visit, the connect between these two leaders, and more importantly, the Bharat-Russia dosti? Can this move to that no limits description that was hinted at by Mr. Peskov?
Thank you for having me. I do agree with what Surya said. It is important for India to value and to keep continuing to support its partnerships both with Russia and with the United States. Of course, this has been a challenging year for the US-India relationship. There's the trust deficit that has developed, and this visit is coming at a very delicate time because of the US sanctions and the tariffs and the trade deal that is on the table between the United States and India. And there's been a decrease in the crude oil imports that had seen a massive increase and was something notable for the United States between India and Russia. So now when this visit is going to happen, it's going to be one where India would want to make sure that the overall relationship, despite these differences that have emerged because of the sort of curbing the oil imports in light of the US sanctions and to comply with some of the US demands, and in terms of securing its relationship with the West, it will be to also make sure that the relationship with Russia stays stable and steady. One of the biggest narratives coming out of India is to expand this relationship and take it beyond defense and oil, and to try and make it more broadly economic, sort of one where there is room for more technological cooperation. There is room to do more on the civil nuclear cooperation side and collaboration side. There's one labor mobility agreement that's likely going to be signed as well. So, to engage more from a people-to-people perspective. So how can you take this relationship and make it a little bit broader to kind of maintain that status of this privileged and strategic partnership? Of course, this has been a testing time for India because this year has sort of laid out how much strategic flexibility there is for India in this rapidly evolving geopolitical order that we are seeing, not just with how India is engaging with Russia in light of what's coming out of the West and Western policy uncertainty towards India, but also how it's kind of stepped up even so cautiously in terms of its engagement with China. When Prime Minister Modi was in China after 7 years for the SCO, that event in itself also had reactions come out of Washington. So there is room, however, to see to kind of make sure that both relationships can somehow remain in parallel and do well if there's progress on the Ukraine negotiations, peace negotiations.
Well, there may be territorial disagreements. There would also be an adversarial thought process between China's machinations under the CCP and the PLA vis-a-vis Bharat. But when a nation like and under the leadership of Donald Trump tries to weaponize trade, then can other nations set aside their territorial ambitions and look at how they can use economics, they can use trade to perhaps defang bullies? Is that a possibility, Shashankji? But if it comes to Bharat and Russia, then there has to be a rupee-ruble agreement. Because you can't base it on the dollar if Russia continues to be sanctioned and Bharat continues to be threatened with sanctions if it continues to buy oil. Although it's hypocritical that nations in Europe, America itself continues to trade with Russia, be it fertilizers, oil, energy, etc.
Yeah, I agree with you that America has been putting unilateral tariffs on India, which is quite unfair. But India has to see that, well, they have not put these tariffs on China, Europe, and on itself. And therefore, we have to ensure that whatever oil and other energy resources we buy from Russia, we should use it for ourselves, number one. Secondly, we should go for technology transfer, because that will be strengthening the Atmanirbharta campaign of India. Thirdly, as you said, that we have to make arrangement for rupee-ruble trading directly, whichever way it is possible, either by more investments by Russia and India, by choosing a larger gamut of imports from India, or asking Indian companies to invest in Russia. Also, as you said, labor movement might be there because apparently Russia is short of technical manpower, skilled manpower, and the labor, and they would very much like to have a large number of people from India. So I think these are all issues which are necessary. China, of course, they have their own territorial ambitions, but China has been telling India for a long time that China and India are both civilizational powers in Asia, and we can delay our contest for a later time. In the meantime, if we build up our economic capacities, our technical capacities, then we might be able to see that Asia has a better role to play in the world relationships. So I think with what America is doing right now, that is making it possible for India to look at the Chinese advice much more positively, which we were not doing earlier, because earlier our foreign minister had been saying that let us first sort out the border issues, and then we will come to the other parts. But now I think that the Americans are putting unilateral sanctions on India, but while leaving out China or many other countries from this. So therefore, India has to see that, well, we also build up our ties with China to the extent possible, and also with Russia, which of course are very, very important ties for us.
Yeah, the thing is the Chinese state can afford to take some strong decisions. They, 2 months or 1.5 months, they stop importing soya bean. And the Americans immediately looked at that $10 billion bill and immediately, calmed down. So there were certain weapons, again, trade, the amount of debt that the Chinese absorb of the American debt, all of that also weighs in with, Trump trying to look at Bharat and not at China. The red carpet laid out, flying Kremlin is on the tarmac. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will walk up as soon as there is a signal, and we'll have to read the language between the two leaders. Pictures speak 1,000 words. The Prime Minister's gesture, waiting for nearly half an hour at the airport at the tarmac, reaching well on time. Abhijit Iyer Mitra, is this Bharat's way of saying thank you for the Tianjin gesture? Is that one? Secondly, the way these two leaders will meet, greet, and how they depart. If they depart in the same car, irrespective of whether it is the Prime Minister's vehicle or President Putin's vehicle, towards 7 Lok Kalyan Marg, will also send a few signals.
So, look, this was an annual visit that used to happen. The Indian Prime Minister went there 1 year. The Russian President would come here 1 year. It just hasn't happened for the last 4 years because of the Ukraine war. And the second thing is, it was very curious. I was talking to air traffic control earlier today. Even the chief air traffic controller had not been told what time the plane would be landing. So there were a lot of security concerns that the Russians had flying over neutral, even over neutral airspace. I believe that this particular flight path has actually gone through military flight routes, not through the civil flight routes. And I don't know how the final coordination was done with the ATC and when the flight plan was given, because till this morning, Delhi ATC sure didn't know what time the plane was going to land.
They kept it very guarded. President Putin is just about to step out. Abhijit Iyer Mitra, just staying with the pictures. There you go, thanking the captain of the ship as he steps out, and President Putin is stepping down. He's coming down, and Prime Minister Narendra Modi has walked right up there to the base of that those steps to receive President Vladimir Putin. There you go, as he steps down, walks up 10 steps, and there you will see Prime Minister Narendra Modi walking towards him. The big handshake and the big embrace. Lots of smiles between the two leaders. This is the long camera as Prime Minister Narendra Modi is walking slowly towards the red carpet. They meet halfway on the red carpet. Big warm embrace between the two leaders. Lots of smiles, lots of conversations. Clearly, both of them can converse in English, and that's what's happened. A short conversation in English as both of them walk together. The formal introductions to the delegates and the reception party, that's what's going on at this point, as all the members of the PMO, the External Affairs Ministry, the joint delegation, both sides, the Russian, Indo-Russian counterparts, all of them stand there. That's the welcoming party that's being introduced, and then a handshake and greeting that's happening. And thereafter, this will be interesting to see. Which way do they move? Do they go in separate vehicles towards 7 Lok Kalyan Marg, That's there. They're all standing there for a photo op. Clearly, President Putin in good spirits, all smiles. The security, as Abhijit Iyer Mitra had said, they've kept all the details very guarded. There is a welcome dance and a performance that's being made. 5 or 6 dancers performing traditional Indian classical dance form. And this looks like Bharatanatyam. And so the performance there as both leaders pause on the tarmac to watch this. They watch, they applaud the performers for their effort, and that's the white vehicle. Now we'll have to see if they're all leaving together. We'll try and go across to those pictures and see if the leaders are departing together in the same vehicle. That means then the conversations, the broad contours of the conversation would have already begun. Yes, they are stepping in together. They are stepping in together. They are going together. There you go. The import of this is important. This looks like the president's vehicle. The president's vehicle in which Prime Minister Narendra Modi is also seated. The president sitting right behind the chauffeur, the driver's side, and Prime Minister sitting to the president's left. And the two leaders are already conversing. The SPG, the Russian security protocol, all of them sitting there. There are pictures that are being taken of the two leaders, and we'll have those pictures also being released in a bit. But Shashankji is with us. This is significant. After Tianjin, the second time the two leaders are traveling in the same vehicle. This is very rare. Shashankji, can you hear me?
I can hear you. So there is a very time constraint is there. They have to discuss. There's so many issues of great importance for bilateral relations and for the global situation as it is evolving, and issues of war and peace, that I think it's important that they should discuss this in the cars in a safe environment and take every opportunity to express their thoughts to each other.
But this is quite rare. This doesn't happen often. Surya Jayanti, Nikita Menkovich with us. Nikita Menkovich, this will be important. The Russians will be watching this. There is a show of fist and then, of course, something symbolic. There is a conversation that's happening. We can see the Prime Minister quite animated. But this is important. President Putin doesn't do this often with many leaders. Nikita.
This meeting is really important for both countries. For a long time, we had been main partners as Soviet Union and India. Now we're coming back to that level of relationship. Of course, for my honor opinion, not the more important what two leaders are showing now, but what they are going to discuss. But the thing with you demonstrate us that nothing spoils this meeting and this dialogue between our two countries. It shows that both Putin and Modi demonstrate confidential and respect for each other. It is a good base for dialogue and for future partnership in economy, in defense, in the military projects. I hope that also IT, science and other fields will be a topic of our dialogue and next.
I'm just going to interrupt you because we're getting pictures from Arun Dhanta's camera. Arun, you're just at the point where the two leaders are departing in the same car, same vehicle together. So similar to Tianjin, it's a white color vehicle that should come your way any moment now. Arun, talk us through what you see.
That's right, Anand. You can see the convoy, the first car of the convoy is coming out. In fact, this is the protocol car that you see. The gate is open. This is the Palam Technical Airport, and you can see now there's a glittering vehicle. This is also a protocol vehicle coming from inside the Palam Technical Airport. We just saw, in fact, we're seeing those deferred visuals of inside the airport, and now you can see that one after the other these protocol cars are coming, and any moment on this camera
it'll be a white vehicle. It'll be a white colored vehicle.
Yeah, of course, this is the entire convoy. This is the entire convoy. Now, Anand, you can see all these vehicles now coming out from the Palam Technical Airport. You can see these visuals on your screen as we've been discussing.
There you
that
go.
it's
That's the white vehicle.
11-kilometer journey from here to 7 LKM, and it will not take more than 15 minutes for this entire convoy to reach at Prime Minister Modi's residence. You can see this entire entourage moving away from the Palam Technical Airport as we were witnessing the visuals of the inside, the welcome dance, the traditional dance there. And
right,
the
so the cavalcade has
of
left
both
you,
the
and
leaders.
we saw a little bit of a freeze in the pictures, the live pictures, because of the jammers that are in place. Huge amount of security, viewers, that have been put in place for President Putin's visit. And this is again breaking protocol. But Nikita Menkovich saying, I'm going to focus, we need to focus on what they will discuss. But the conversation has already begun. Surya Jayanti, will the White House also be watching? Will Europe leaders there also be watching the intensity of the conversation, the bonhomie between the leaders, the gestures that are extended? All this is also subtle messaging somewhere. Or would everybody look at, say, all right, this is optics. Let's look at the brass tacks. Let's look at what's being signed, what's being agreed on.
I think it is always easy to read a lot into the optics. They are an indication of a warm relationship and therefore important. I think Washington is probably going to ignore most of the optics, however, and wait to hear what the substance is. The main issue for Washington here is that Russia has made itself something of an international pariah by invading Ukraine, and as a consequence has faced strong sanctions over the last approaching 4 years. And therefore, what Putin needs out of this visit is a great deal. And I think there is a considerable power imbalance at the moment between Russia and India. Russia needs India much more than India needs Russia. And that's why you see President Putin really making an effort to show respect and show honor and project those diplomatic cues that you were just speaking about. Because Russia finds itself in a difficult position. One, it remains a mostly international pariah, but two, indications are that its economy is in recession, its budget is usually over 33% reliant on oil and gas revenue, and although its export numbers have not actually dropped, its revenue numbers are down 34% this year. It needs India. And so it has come to pay homage, and to some extent, it's come to beg. And so I think this is a great opportunity for India to secure some very solid economic benefits from the relationship.
Farwa Amir, I know you're pressed for time. Quick word. Farwa Amir has left. Just quick word from Siddhant, who's at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg. The cavalcade is headed his way. In exactly about 10 minutes, they should be there. Siddhant, the import of this, many experts believe Russia needs India more at this point than the other way around. What is Bharat's approach going to be? You've been speaking to a lot of people. What's being worked in terms of behind the scenes? What's the focus on?
Well, the focus will be mainly on the bilateral issues, Anand. The biggest concern for the Indian government is the trade deficit. In fact, Russian side also acknowledges this concern. In fact, the business forums from India and Russia have been meeting from last 24 hours to find out plan to reduce this trade deficit. Now, India also wants the buyer-seller relationship as far as fertilizer exports from Russia is concerned to go beyond the buyer-seller relationship. That is also something which is on the agenda. The most important agreement, Anand, is going to be the mobility pact, which both India and Russia are going to sign during this visit of President Putin. Both sides have been working from last 1 year to get this agreement finalized, and now we've been told that agreement has been finalized, and it will be signed tomorrow in presence of the two leaders. So now young Indian talented skilled professionals will be going to Russia Russia to work. So this is something very new introduced in this relationship, and this is one big takeaway perhaps which we could expect in the official document tomorrow. So as you rightly said, Anand, in 10 minutes from now, Prime Minister Modi and President Putin will be reaching 7 Lok Kalyan mark. Also, Anand, there needs to be a new word coined for this car diplomacy, because each time around these two leaders meet, they also do car diplomacy. They did car diplomacy in Tianjin. Now for the second time they are doing car diplomacy. Nobody knows what they're going to talk.
I don't think there is any car diplomacy here, but if I may pinch a word from the times of yore from Indian cinema, this is a Jai Viru on the same bike, and I know it's two friends trying to get a ride together and get some conversations in. This time it's not a motorbike, but it's a car, and it's a phenomenal gesture to show that irrespective of the ebbs and the flows and also the highs and the troughs, peaks and the troughs, their equations will not change, and they will continue to partner with each other and maintain this friendship. That respect is something that needs to be underlined, and the gesture, the Prime Minister going back and sitting in that car, it's the Prime Minister of the country. There is no ego there, saying that, all right, you're the visitor, it's your security vehicle, but I will sit there, let's break protocol, it doesn't matter. And I think somewhere this half an hour, 40-minute wait is also important, because the Prime Minister understanding the import of President Putin, waiting for him in Tianjin on the sidelines of the SCO when Prime Minister Narendra Modi was held up, and President Putin's cavalcade waited for a whole 10 minutes before Prime Minister boarded the RSNR there. Let's try and go back to Shashankji and try and understand, do you agree with Surya Jayanti when she says that this time around President Putin and Russia require Bharat more than the other way around?
I think we should not really look at it from this angle. I'm quite sure that the scholars in the West would try to see who is getting what from the other side and who can put more pressure on the other side. I think this is a relationship of mutual trust, friendship. And what we are trying to do is to move it from the buyer-seller relationship to a relationship of joint development and joint R&D. And I think technology transfer wherever it is possible. So I think there are so many more issues which are there. And above everything else, there is our trade deficit, which is very, very huge. So how do we take care of it? I mean, we can't simply say that, all right, we'll pay you in renminbi or in UAE currency. Therefore, we have to find some way out so that the rupee-ruble trade can be carried out. And if you remember, at a time when the Russians were going through a very difficult time, then India agreed to have the rupee-ruble trade at a rate which was very favorable to Russia at that time, not the international rate, but I think at the rate which the Russians wanted, more or less at that level. So it's a question of mutual trust. I think it's not a question of who can get what from the other side.
It's about I help you, you help me. Viewers, this labor mobility or people mobility is a huge opportunity, because Russia is quite far advanced in terms of technology, in terms of medicine, in terms of medical advancements, research and development, etc. As you touch down in Moscow, the airport is not so impressive, but the moment you exit the airport, it's beautiful. And Moscow is a beautiful city. I've been there. And, they may be very strict, but they are always very, very friendly. They break into a smile the moment you say that you're from Bharat. And they have a few songs and a few representative references, which almost every other Russian would be able to tell you. You can figure your way out. But thing is that we don't look eastward. We don't go, largely the traffic has been westward. Abhijit Iyer Mitra, will that change now? Is that possible? And from tourism itself, can there be more to gain for Bharat?
We've seen a change in Russian attitudes ever since the war in Ukraine started. I want to remind you, Russia is no longer the Russia it globalized long back. It's no longer what Indians remember of Raj Kapoor songs being sung and things like that. In fact, till the invasion of Ukraine, Russia TV was particularly hostile to India. They used to carry Pakistani propaganda throughout. They used to interview Kashmiri separatists. They used to their coverage of India was virtually indistinguishable from Al Jazeera. And we know that was pretty much controlled from the Kremlin itself, because RT doesn't really have an independent editorial line. If you take, irrespective of what Margarita Simonian says. That has changed. I think Russia now realizes who its friends are and who its friends aren't. It's a delicate balancing game that India has to play. But look, we've balanced this very, very well. Even when Trump imposed sanctions on India, well, tariffs on India, not sanctions on India, the linkage to Russian oil was very, very tenuous. Remember that. That came much later. The initial threats of tariffs and things like that were purely about the trade imbalance. So even the Americans, the victory of Indian foreign policy here is that India's security relationship and foreign policy relationship with Russia has never been called into question, even by the Americans.
Right. Now, we've just got Sputnik putting this out, citing the Kremlin, saying Prime Minister Narendra Modi's decision to meet President Putin at the aircraft ramp was unexpected and that the Russian side had not been informed in advance. That's what Kremlin is saying. So this is clearly a surprise move, a gesture that's happened last minute. Traffic has been stopped outside 7 Lok Kalyan Marg. Let's go across to Siddhant. He should be, the cavalcade should be arriving or entering 7 Lok Kalyan Marg any moment now. Siddhant, again, Kremlin saying that this was not informed, that Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be coming to the tarmac. So this was not advance notice. So this has been taken, this decision has been taken at the nth moment. Is it part of, a few surprises that are in store? And given the amount of security and the kind of secrecy that's been kept over the entire itinerary of President Putin in his visit to Bharat.
Well, that's right, Anand. In fact, till today afternoon, in fact, my sources were also indicating that EM S. Jaishankar will be the minister in waiting for President Putin. But it was CNN News 18 which broke this story first, that Prime Minister Modi will be going to the airport to receive President Putin. In fact, Anand, right now we are at 7 LKM. The traffic on both sides of the road have been stopped, and we could expect the cavalcade to be entering 7 Lok Kalyan Marg any moment from now, or rather the cavalcade has already entered, because we cannot see the cavalcade entering from the location where we are placed, stationed. But all we can tell our viewers is that the area has been cordoned off, the traffic has been stopped, and I could also see some of the vehicles coming to the front gate of 7 Lok Kalyan Marg. So both leaders are going to sit for the informal talks. It's only going to be Prime Minister Modi, President Putin, and yes, there you see, Anand, the cavalcade has arrived, and we can now officially say that the cavalcade of President Putin and Prime Minister Modi has reached 7 Lok Kalyan Marg after dropping the leaders inside. Yeah, and if I could request my camera person to pan and give shots to our viewers, the scene outside the 7 Lok Kalyan Marg. In fact, we could see the cars.
He needs to raise the camera up a little. He needs to lift it up a bit. Lift, and you need to move out of the frame. Move out of the frame, lift it up a bit, and that's when we can see what's behind.
Yes, that's right, Anand. So, the cavalcades, few cars have come to this side, the front gate of the 7 Lok Kalyan Marg, and we can officially confirm that President Putin and Prime Minister Modi.
Can you ask your VJ to raise his camera a bit? If you can lift the tripod up a bit, please.
I would ask my VJ to raise his camera. There is very little space, Anand, from where we are reporting outside 7 Lok Kalyan Marg. So I really apologize that.
No, this is better. This is better. It's just because of the leaves. It's better now. You're live on. You're on live. Go ahead, please. Stay on these pictures.
Yes, Anand. So we can say that both leaders have reached. In some time from now, the informal conversation will begin at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg. And Anand, it will only be Prime Minister Modi and President Putin along with the interpreters, nobody else. So it is in reciprocity, because last time when Prime Minister Modi was in Moscow, President Putin hosted him at his mansion, and both leaders spoke for about 2 hours. So we could also be expecting that President Putin will be briefing Prime Minister Modi about his meeting with the Americans yesterday with
the Witkoff meeting.
Trump's special envoy Steve Witkoff. Yes. So in all likelihood, President Putin will definitely be briefing Prime Minister Modi, will be discussing as far as Ukraine conflict is concerned. In fact, Prime Minister will also be sharing his perspective, because Prime Minister has
We're going to pull away. We're going to pull away from you, because these are pictures to the right, viewers, which are coming from the tarmac. Those are pictures live right outside 7 Lokalyan Marg. The leaders are already inside, and the PMO will be releasing pictures from inside any moment now. It should be on the social media handles of the Prime Minister, or it will come on the national broadcaster Doordarshan any moment, and we'll cut to those pictures when it comes. Just quickly going across to Nikita Menkovich. And Nikita, this entire issue with Ukraine, is this weighing in on Russia? Are there entities who don't want this conflict to be resolved and for peace to or for there to be ceasefire? Can Bharat play a role here? How does Russia view this?
As I said before, the main problem is that Russian land is occupied by foreign forces. I mean NATO mercenaries, so-called Ukrainian army. Also, Ukrainian land is also under control of United States party government. Of course, the only possible solution of this conflict is NATO going back, leaving Russia and Ukraine alone. It is our leave or do it or die. It is our quit India campaign, which you did a long time ago to make your country free. The same situation is now. Ukrainian and Russian people don't want to be American or British slaves. We are doing our best. Of course, we would prefer a peaceful decision. We would prefer the stop of this conflict, NATO troops going away from our territory, and Ukrainian people will get a freedom to elect those future without Zelensky, without NATO, without American dictatorship. But as we see now, a lot of politicians at the West are not ready for such way finishing of the conflict. They continue producing weapons, money, and mercenaries for so-called Ukrainian army to continue aggression against Russia and Ukrainian people. So, of course, we're doing our best in diplomacy, but we still have no choice but to fight at the battlefield for our freedom and for our future. It is the situation.
Well, Nikita Surya Jayanti had an interesting perspective where she said America has got a bit of a problem, especially the White House, because there are entities who do not want this war to end, who want the conflict to continue or the fight to continue. How would you read this before I bring in Ambassador Shashank? Yes. Is this the critical aspect? Can Bharat play a role where somewhere both sides agree that Ukraine will not join NATO? That's the first step for ceasefire. And then perhaps de-escalation. Surya.
Before I answer your question directly, I think I should just say that the magnitude of patently false gibberish that your guest from Moscow has just spewed is so astonishing that I don't even know where to start factually unpacking it. But the fact that he is spouting propaganda that disingenuous is itself an indication of the degree to which the ongoing issues caused by Russia in Ukraine are important to the dynamic that we're seeing here. I think one could overstate the degree to which Washington's interest in India and India's relationship with Russia has to do with Russia's ability to continue to prosecute its war in Ukraine. I think, as another one of your guests said a lot earlier, the justification of Indian oil purchases as somehow funding Russia's ongoing war in Ukraine came after and is not particularly convincing. So it is a complicated moment for the United States because the United States has argued a number of inconsistent and fairly incompatible priorities. On one hand, it is trying to force a profoundly disadvantageous so-called peace on Ukraine. On the other hand, it's slapping additional oil sanctions on Russia. it doesn't add up to a particularly meaningful path forward to a solution. And I think all of this matters because the situation that Russia has found itself in by virtue of its international aggression is adequately isolated and adequately economically crippling, that although Russia's economy has remarkably defied expectations of collapse, with the initial sanctions now going back almost 4 years, it is nonetheless in a very difficult position, and it really does need a lot of labor to come in. And so you speak about the Mobility Pact, for example. Russia has a massive demographic problem. It's lost over 1 million people on the front line and casualties of various kinds. There's been mass exodus by people trying to avoid the draft and trying to avoid the crush of sanctions. So Russia has a demographic and a labor problem. It really needs Indian workers. It also really needs India to continue buying Russian crude. Although Russian crude levels have not actually decreased, the export levels, the amount of money that Russia is getting has dropped 34% since the United States put tariffs on India, and then since the October additional sanctions on Russian oil companies like Lukoil. And so it's becoming a more complicated economic relationship for India. I think the political relationship is something that India has managed quite well, considering that its priorities are not the priorities of the United States, but it does need to balance its relationships on both sides.
Yeah,
so the Indian strategic autonomy approach has been very wise.
Right, but Shashankji, we've got Sati Kazanova also with us, and Sati, I'll come across to you after a quick word with Shashankji. There is a neutral perspective, or perhaps there is a different perspective to this entire, there is what Nikita would say and what Surya would agree or disagree. One aspect is the word Ukraine itself means borderlands. So clearly this was the erstwhile border area for the Russian territory. Vladimir Putin is born not so far away from where Volodymyr Zelensky is born. So there is a history there. The other thing is it's the NATO that's expanded eastward, and 20 years ago this was flagged off by Putin, and this is on record that the NATO should not move eastwards towards Russia. That's one part. The other thing is the only warm water access are the Sea of Azov and the Black Sea for the Russians. There is no other warm water access. NATO moving into the Black Sea means the warm water access stops. So this is one part. The other part is the entire Donbas region, which is largely Russian speaking, and Russia has alleged that the CIA was worked the machinations for the government overturn, compared to what the West would say that Russia was trying to supersede its own people and superimpose its authority over Ukraine. Now, how do we view this? And where is the solution? Because both sides have to agree on a solution. The nation that suffered the most amidst all of this is Ukraine. It's totally destroyed. Ukraine is the bread basket or the wheat basket to the world. It's also the fertilizer hub. There are a lot of contributions Ukraine made to the world.
I agree with you that Ukraine people have suffered the maximum, and that is because the NATO countries, they felt that they would be able to support Ukraine to the extent that Russia just collapses or Russia just gives in. And that was their initial expectation, which has not materialized. In fact, more and more American scholars are now talking about the Russians trying to go into not only Crimea but also Odessa and to gradually convert Ukraine into a landlocked state. So therefore, what is happening is in Ukraine is we have to keep in mind that something similar was also being tried by the NATO countries when they wanted Quad to become an Asian NATO, as Russia and China had started talking about that. Then India would have been like the Ukraine of Asia, where Taiwan and China would not have fought, but India would have fought on behalf of Taiwan, with as we fought in First World War and Second World War and lost 70,000-80,000 people in both wars. So I think that is why Indian people are very reluctant, and they want peace to come into Ukraine. They want peace to come in Europe, because whenever there is conflict in Europe, it has led to problems in all over the world. So I think we have to be careful with that, that this time we are trying to bring about a balanced relationship of peace, with China. And we are seeing, as Abhijit Iyer Mitra said, that Russia should not feel compelled to play the second fiddle to China. And then we have, of course, the global south. We have our friends in Brazil, South Africa, we have IPSA. So we hope that we would be able to put across the views of the global south more effectively in the BRICS forum and other forums which are there in the inter-regional levels.
Right, there's a lot to talk about, but there's also a dinner spread in a short while from now. So are they going to keep the official aspects on the side and also exchange some personal notes and share some non-work moments as two great leaders and of two big nations? That we have to wait and watch. I thank all our other guests, but I'm going to quickly go across to Satani Kazanova, who's with us. Sati, thank you very, very much. Namaste. How do you see...
Namaskaram.
Namaskaram. And how would you view President Putin's visit?
If you don't mind, I would not speak from a political point of view, as I'm not a politician, I'm a musician, and I'm just so happy that our cultures, our countries building their friendship and relationships stronger, deeper, and of course the cultural side is very fundamental for our countries, because India and Russia, we have way more common points than we could think, such as values, as a family, spirituality, and someone says that, you know, the Western world is very focused on artificial intellect, as long as India and Russia, they focus on the spiritual intellect. And I really like that expression and this idea. So I think that is the very important boundary between our countries. And if we will focus on that, I believe we could build beautiful relationship, because as I love India and I come so often to India, and now I'm even learning on the faculty of Indology. I'm learning Sanskrit and all the things.
Wow.
So yeah,
because what you just said is so rooted in Indian philosophy, Bharatiya Sanatan philosophy, Hindu
exactly.
philosophy, if I may say. So how did you get to know about this? What's your bond with Bharat? How did it happen?
All happened through my guru. His picture, by the way, behind, and my guru Paramahamsa Vishwananda. I met him 13 years ago, and since that moment, I started initiated, and he just gave me all this knowledge. And after all these years, I understood it more than just thing I like. This is the really root and sense of my life. So I consider myself as a Vaishnava. So it's just more than style of life. So that's why I decided to go to the University of the Friendship University to learn for Hindu Indology. And
are there many in Russia who are drawn towards Indology or Hindutva or Hinduness? The Vaishnava philosophy?
No, unfortunately not many, because it's quite deep topic. You have to really dive. You know, Western world, they're charmed by yoga, but it's such a small part of the great and deep philosophy. So for example, now reading Yoga Sutras of Patanjali, I understand it's so artificial how the understanding of Western word of yoga itself, even the meaning of the word, we don't know, I mean, in the Western world.
True. Let me also ask you, you said that we should call ourselves Bharat, not India. Why do you say
Definitely. Yes.
Why do you say that?
Because it brings back to your own root, to your own values and power.
I remember, so you believe that we should call ourselves Bharat in any language, and that's the better way to refer to ourselves.
Yes, I believe it will bring you back to that original source, to your power. Because originally, India was not called India. It happened through Arabic and British people because of geographical location. So those who live nearby or behind the river Hind, those were
Sindhu.
called Hindi, Sindhu, Hindi, whatever.
Yeah, Al-Hind.
So, yeah, Al-Hind, that's how it happened. So it's not your original name. And I think it's time to come back. And it's a beautiful, soft revolution or evolution of your culture.
Well, Sati, if I may call you that, in
Yes.
2018, I believe Prime Minister Narendra Modi showed President Putin something, and that involved you. So I'm going to request you to sing that for us. Mahatma
was,
Gandhi's
my
favorite bhajan.
Yes, very short part of that. And it's also the favorite bhajan of my Gurudev, and that's how I even was familiar.
So will you sing that for us, please?
वैष्णव जना तो तेने काहिए जे पीड़ पराए जानी रे वैष्णव जना तो तेने काहिए जे पीड़ पराए जानी रे. I think that's enough.
That's beautiful. Thank you so much, and we look forward to you joining us in our studio the next time you're in Delhi, next time you're in Bharat. Thank you so much for your time, Satani Kazanova. Thank you so much.
My pleasure, my pleasure.
Namaste.
Namaskaram.
Well, these are the pictures, viewers, of President Vladimir Putin arriving in Bharat just a short while ago. He was given a warm welcome, an embrace of welcome from Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and Kremlin says they did not know. President Putin was made aware only after the flying Kremlin touched down at the Palam Air Base, and now these two leaders are already at 7 Lok Kalyan mark. They traveled together in the vehicle that was supposed to ferry only the Russian president, but both of them traveled together. So a repeat of the Tianjin moment again. And now what's going to be on the conversation, not just over dinner, but perhaps what's been spoken in those first 15 minutes, that will also have huge import. Zaka Jacob takes it forward.
Welcome to our continuing coverage here on CNN News 18. What a moment this is. The Prime Minister a short while ago arriving at the Palam airport to receive his friend Vladimir Putin, the Russian president, both of them riding in the same car, and they've now reached the Prime Minister's residence at 7 LKM, where there will be a private dinner that the Prime Minister will be hosting for the Russian president. And more importantly, there will be, of course, the restricted meetings that will happen as well. So after which the president will go to the ITC Moria where he's staying, and then tomorrow is the business end of his visit. Let's just bring you up to speed with the images that we've seen already. Just about 30 minutes or so after President Putin touched down, Prime Minister broke protocol, went to the Palam airport to receive his friend. You can see him there at the tarmac, at the red carpet, welcoming President Putin. The Kremlin says they had no idea that Prime Minister Modi was coming to receive President Putin. Both of them, it's a warm hug, a warm embrace, and then they walk down that red carpet, and both men then, of course, share the same car. It is an Indian car. It is part of the security protocol team for the Prime Minister. Both of them took a moment to try and savor the Indian cultural performance. There was a troupe of women dancers performing the Bharatanatyam, so that happened. They took a few moments to savor that in, and then thereafter, both Prime Minister Modi and President Putin walk up to this car, this security cavalcade car that's part of the Prime Minister's security protocol. Both of them ride in that same car and head towards 7 LKM, the Prime Minister's residence, where of course the Prime Minister is hosting the Russian president, the visiting head of state, in a private dinner followed by restricted talks, and then President Putin leaves for the ITC Moria, where he's staying at the presidential suite for the next 24 hours. So these pictures from the Palam airport, and in a few moments we will get the pictures from 7 LKM as well, where the Prime Minister is hosting the visiting dignitary, the visiting head of state, the president of Russia. Clearly, this is a big moment as far as both India and Russia are concerned, because it comes at a moment of extreme geopolitical flux, at a time of geopolitical rebalancing, if you will, as far as both India and Russia are concerned. The Trump tariffs on India for importing Russian oil have really upended the relationship between India and the United States. It's also upended India's traditional relationship with Russia. why Russia and India click. I think that's an important one to look at, because Russia's Cold War, particularly in the 1971 war, in the liberation of Bangladesh, Kashmir vetoes. Every time Kashmir has come up at the United Nations Security Council, it has always been Russia that has backed India. There are defense routes. Remember, more than 50% of India's defense inventory, even today, even after diversification, even after Atmanirbharta, more than 50% of India's defense inventory is Russian origin, whether it's your tanks, your fighter jets, your missile defense systems. There's also old civilizational ties. Both the countries have had independent worldviews. India prides itself for its strategic autonomy, and Russia, of course, is looking at a non-American led world order. Both sides have also held long memories of Western pressure, Western sanctions, Western hegemony. The last time, in fact, the first time President Putin was here and they started the annual summits, India was still under sanctions, under the nuclear test sanctions imposed by the United States. Now Russia is under sanctions, and also India is facing the tariffs. Discounted Russian oil, that has been a critical aspect of this relationship in the last 3 years since the Ukraine war began. Russia is India's number one energy supplier, number one oil supplier, and that is a factor. India is also a major ally for Russia beyond Beijing. Remember, President Putin said this, his press secretary said this. They want to have the same no limits partnership that they have with China. They want to have the same thing with India. Are there limits, though, to this Russia, India, China trilateral, as it were? We will wait and try and see what will happen over the next 24 hours to try and assess whether or not that's possible. But I want to open this up to our guests. What can we expect over the next day, the next 30 hours or so? Vivek Kajju is former secretary in the Ministry of External Affairs, will be joined in a moment by Mukesh Aghi of the US-India Strategic Partnership Forum. Sadaran Dhume from the American Enterprise Institute will also be joining us, and Tatiana Kukureva is a senior Russian journalist who will be joining us from Moscow. But let me start with you, Ambassador Kajju. Like I said, this is a time of delicate strategic balancing that's going on. There is this great power competition between America, Russia. There's China as a rising power. How does India maintain this balance between Russia and America? Let's start there.
To be maintained between India and China. Russia is no longer the power that it was during the era of the Soviet Union. Let's be clear on that. We have an intense relationship with Russia, which we need to protect. That relationship is in the civil nuclear area, in space, in defense supplies. But beyond that, Russia is a power that has severe limitations, and that those limitations have increased because of its involvement in the Ukraine war. That war has shown both Russia's advantages, but equally its limitations. So we've got to be conscious of this.
Okay.
It is a time of balancing, and why is this balancing needed? This balancing is needed because this year has not been a particularly good year for the India-US relationship.
Correct.
I don't need to go into details. Please recall that it was in February of this year that Prime Minister Modi was one of the first foreign leaders to meet with President Trump. And there was great expectation in Delhi that the India-US relationship will move ahead rapidly on an upward trajectory. That has not happened. So, therefore, India has had to recalibrate its diplomacy, its foreign policy to a large extent. And
Okay.
what we are seeing today is a product of that recalibration. So, my last point, Zaka, is so the days when Mr. Modi sought to lecture President Putin, if you recollect, that was in September of 2022 on the margins of the SCO summit, when he said publicly that this is not a time for war.
Okay.
I think that era has gone, and India has had to, will have to play a far more delicate game, diplomatic game. But let us also be clear on one point.
Sir, just 1 second, because we have a live link with the CNN reporter Will Ripley, who is in Delhi and will be covering this visit of President Putin over the next day or so. Will, thank you very much for joining us here on News 18. A lot is on the agenda for both President Putin and Prime Minister Modi. There's trade, defense deals, mobility agreements that people are talking about. What, at the end of the day, do you reckon would be the tangible results that we can expect at the end of the day of negotiations tomorrow?
Well, we already know that the two of them are going to be inking a lot of deals, trying to find ways to bolster the economic partnership, the long-standing friendship between India and Russia. But I think what's perhaps even more important than that for both of these men, for Modi and for Putin, is the optics of this. The fact that we saw them once again just moments ago sitting in a limousine together, much like they did several months ago after the SCO summit in China, where they sat and talked privately for nearly an hour in Putin's armored limousine. We saw Prime Minister Narendra Modi waiting on the tarmac to greet Vladimir Putin as he walked off the plane. They are likely doing this, projecting this close relationship, knowing that there's one person in particular glued to the television set watching this very closely. And of course, you and I both know who that is. That's President Donald Trump at the White House. This is coming at a very critical time where relations between Delhi and New Delhi and Washington are arguably at some of the lowest levels in years. At the same time, Russia and the U.S. are trying to figure out a way to negotiate an end to the war in Ukraine. And for Vladimir Putin to be able to come here and stand next to the leader of the world's largest democracy, one of the most powerful leaders in the world, and to stand shoulder to shoulder and project such warmth and friendship, it's a message to Donald Trump, for both Modi and Putin, that they have options no matter what happens with the U.S.
How do you think Washington, and in particular the Trump administration, how do you think they're going to view this? The last time, like you said, when they rode together at the SCO summit, I think Trump said something on social media to the effect that I think we've lost India to deep, dark China and Russia. How do you think he's going to view it this time around?
Well, I think it's, of course, I don't know President Trump personally, but from what we see publicly and what he says, he might get pretty jealous to see the two of them so close and chatting in such a friendly way. President Trump loves himself to sit in the limousine and chat with Prime Minister Modi and to sit with Vladimir Putin. He likes to be in the room when these conversations are happening. And so the fact that he is kind of on the outside looking into this, that's not a great position for him to be in, because he needs things from both Modi and Putin. He wants to end very badly the war in Ukraine. The Russians feel that, frankly, they have a lot more leverage in this situation, which leaves the United States to basically do the easier thing and to pressure the Ukrainians to threaten weapons shipments and intelligence sharing and that sort of thing. There's not a whole lot of pressure that the U.S. can put on Russia right now because the sanctions aren't really working that much. Putin's kind of rejiggered his economy to make it an economy that is supported by this war effort, so the Russians can keep waging war as long as they feel they need to, until they get things like the concessions, the land concessions of the Donbass region. And so for President Trump to be watching that and to know that he doesn't have a whole lot of economic leverage either, because of the fact that India is purchasing so much affordable Russian oil, the economic relationship, the military technology, the fighter jet, information sharing that could be negotiated and signed here in the coming hours. All of it certainly leaves President Trump sitting in the White House wondering what he's going to need to do to get himself in the position that he likes, which is a more powerful position than perhaps the United States is sitting in right now.
Okay, Will Ripley, many thanks for joining us live covering the visit of President Putin to Delhi. Of course, both of them have now arrived at the Prime Minister's residence, where a private dinner is being hosted by the Prime Minister for the visiting president. Let me also go across and open this up to our panelists. Mukesh Aghi from US-India Strategic Partnership Forum. He's joining us. Tatiana Kukreva is a senior Russian journalist. She's joining us as well, and we'll be joined in a moment by Sadanand Dhume from the American Enterprise Institute. Mr. Aghi, let me start with you. I mean, clearly the backdrop to this entire visit, some would say, the elephant in the room when President Putin and Prime Minister Modi speak will be President Donald Trump. And much of the conversation, I guess, would revolve around India's import of Russian oil, the 50% tariffs that the US has imposed on India. How does India play this delicate balancing? All right, we're just getting the latest shots from 7 LKM, where both leaders have arrived just moments ago. You can see both of them walk down that red carpet. You've got the Russian flag on the one side, the Indian flag on the other side, and both of them walking in to 7 LKM, which is lit up in the colors of the tricolor and the three colors of the Russian flag, the red, white and blue of the Russian flag and the saffron, white and green of the Indian flag. Both Prime Minister Modi and President Putin getting off that luxury vehicle, walking down the red carpet and going in to 7 LKM, where the Prime Minister is hosting a private dinner for the visiting President of Russia, President Vladimir Putin. As we stay on those pictures, I want to bring in Mukesh Aghi on this note. How will this be viewed in the White House by President Trump? And again, how does India strategically balance its interests at the same time not having to antagonize President Trump?
Well, Zaka, first is when you look at the current situation between India and the US, it is driven more by the US in the current scenario. The second part is the relationship is not just about tariff between the two countries. I think relationship is much broader and deeper. So I think the tariff issue, if you just park aside, we're seeing the trade still moving forward. The students are still coming in. The technology transfer is happening. So that's so I would like to say that please let's not focus just on tariff. The relationship is much, much broader. How is this being viewed? I think you have a prime minister who has basically managed this very, very carefully, because you have a country, Russia, which has been with India for many, many years and supported India in every aspect. But at the same time, it's a country which is diminishing power, and economy is in a challenging position, whereas India's largest trading partner is the United States. If you look at the majority of the capital is coming from the US companies. When you look at in the aspect of technology transfer, it's coming more from the US. When you look at the global capability centers in India, almost 2,000, 60% are US and creating a lot of innovation in every aspect. So the relationship with the US is still very important, very critical, and it will keep on moving forward. I think the shock of the 50% tariff is gone. India has managed that very well. It has been able to divert a lot of the exports from US to other countries. So I think that leverage which US has kind of dwindled down substantially. So I would say that while Russian president was coming in, we saw a couple of orders on defense deal that the US announced. They're sending a message to the US also saying that the relationship is very important. We will maintain our relationship with our friends, be it China, be it Russia, or be it European Union. So I think from every aspect, India is playing a very strong role as trying to manage a multilateral relationship between different countries.
I also want to go across to Tatiana, and both Mr. Aghi and Ambassador Kaju before him, one running theme had been, look, Russia is not the power that it used to be. Yes, India has had a long-standing relationship with Russia, even with the Soviet Union, on the defense front, on other fronts, but it is a diminishing power, it is a declining power. How do you see that?
Well, I don't quite agree with that, understandably. If anything, our economy has shown its incredible resilience, because for almost 4 years now, I've heard this. We've heard this every year, saying, okay, your economy is going to collapse, you're not going to survive this, and yet here we are. And our economy has actually not just not collapsed, like some of the European countries who are experiencing huge economic troubles due to the sanctions that were originally imposed on Russia. So the fact that we've managed to regroup, restructure the economy shows that Russia is not only a huge power that needs to be taken seriously, because again, we can't just stick to the same narrative of, oh, look, well, Russia's under sanctions, it's struggling, and it's not going to be the same power it used to be. Yes, of course, the Soviet Union was quite a different story. But look at, and first of all, we need to look at what is on the table for this visit. Russia has been involved, for instance, in the nuclear industry with India since 2002, if I'm not mistaken. And right now, Russia is at the forefront of technology when it comes to small modular reactors. This is not going to change. Our defense production is obviously a hugely successful field. And as I think I've already said today, the advantage of Russian defense technology is that it is actually tested in operational capacity. So there are a lot of things that can be discussed. There's a lot of diversification to this relationship that is on the table during this visit. And I believe that, the whole idea of Russia being the underdog here is not at all correct, and it shouldn't.
Okay.
So we should look at things from a different perspective.
So I think Tatiana is right. I mean, tomorrow when the leaders discuss, when they get to the business end of the business day, really, they will be talking about diversification of this relationship. I believe there's something about labor mobility that they will announce tomorrow. There's going to be something about import of fertilizers from Russia. So they're trying to diversify the breadth of this relationship. Sadanand Dhume, senior fellow with the American Enterprise Institute, is also joining us. Sadanand, so, just before you joined, I was making this point both to Mr. Aghi and to Ambassador Kaju that, look, if Trump thought that he could pressurize India with the oil tariffs and get India to put pressure on Mr. Putin to stop the war, that hasn't happened. And if his view was that India will sort of fold and stop importing Russian oil, that hasn't happened either. So how is this visit being viewed in Washington, and this whole strategy of putting those oil tariffs on India, both in terms of what impact it would have on Russia and what impact it would have on India, doesn't seem to have played out, at least the way Mr. Trump thought it would?
Thank you, Zaka. I'm not, my own view, I spent some time pondering this. It's not clear to me how linked those two things were in Mr. Trump's mind. Because on the one hand, you have the fact that he imposed this 25% extra tariff on India. But in terms of US-Russia policy, it seems to kind of blow one way and then the other way. So on the one hand, you have had this sort of attempt to pressure Russia, ironically through India, as opposed to sort of directly. But on the other hand, if you look at US policy towards Russia, I think the US appears to be far more eager to beat out some kind of peace deal between Russia and Ukraine. We've had multiple meetings between Special Envoy Witkoff and President Putin, for example. And so I'm not sure if this was all sort of part of this finely coordinated, finely tuned issue. I think what's happened on the tariffs, at least in part, is that that's just Trump's style of negotiating. It tends to be punitive. He tends to try to raise the stakes. And I think he saw a lever on India on the trade stuff, which was related to Russia, which was sort of, maybe connected somewhat to his larger plans in Russia. But I think the trade dispute is at least in my mind, it's a separate strand of policy here.
Ambassador Kaju, just in terms of, clearly Trump wants to end this war. And even earlier this week, Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner were in Russia. Mr. Putin doesn't seem to be in any mind to end this war. He wants to win this war on the battlefield, and he thinks that he's winning the war on the battlefield. But the problem is also those oil tariffs are not going to go away till this war ends. So whether India likes it or not, India has skin in this game. So how does India manage it then, Ambassador?
Look, India has wanted the war to end no sooner had it begun. There's no doubt about it. India wants this war to end. I think it's in India's interest that this war ends quickly. But anyone in Delhi who believes that India has leverage over Russia and can contribute to ending this war would be in cuckoo land. I don't think we really have any leverage over Russia on this. This is a European matter for Russia. It's a Western matter. And the Russians have gained substantially on the battlefield. Trump understands that. The Europeans are still hung up on sovereignty issues. And Putin has an advantage here. He can wait it out for quite some time. I think his economy has held. So that is one aspect. The second is that I do not believe that the tariffs have not hurt us. The tariffs have been in labor-intensive industries. There have been layoffs. And while we have tried to look for other markets, there are areas like textiles, like carpets, etc., where there is no substitute for the American market. So the tariffs have hurt. And Modi would like the tariffs to become more reasonable. Certainly, he would like the 25% based on Russian oil exports, that portion of the tariffs to be history, but that's not happening.
Yeah.
So I think the signal that Mr. Modi is sending to Washington, particularly to Mr. Trump, is that India has alternatives, that India can play the grand strategy game and will not be pressurized by the Americans.
Okay.
The fact is that what is the ambit of play that we have here? On that, we can have a discussion till the cows come home and not arrive at a definite consensus.
Okay.
But my last point, we are hurting. On that, let there be no doubt. Despite all the signaling that is being sent to Washington, we are hurting because of tariffs.
So Mr. Agi, you know, the problem here is that Trump has undertaken a strategy. I'm not sure the results are paying off. And two, you know, by taking the actions he has taken, he's only pushing India further and further into Russia's embrace. In fact, just before he arrived here, President Putin and his press secretary basically said that we want to have the same kind of relationship with India that we have with China. Now, you could argue that it's not possible because of all kinds of reasons, but at least in the Russian thinking, in the Russian point of view, they want to have the same relationship, the same no limits partnership that they have with Beijing. They want to extend that to India as well. And some would say, why shouldn't India take that hand of friendship? Because after all, Trump is pushing us in that direction.
Well, I would not basically measure the relationship India has with the US vis-a-vis Russia or China, because the relationship is much broader, much deeper. You have around 5+ billion Indian Americans who basically are quite engaged in the economic, social environment, technology environment, academia, and they work very closely either from emotional attachment or economic attachment with India. When you look at the corporate America, and I've talked to roughly 80 plus global CEOs in the last 30 days, not a single one has said that they will move the investment out of India, or they will move their supply chain out of India, or they will shorten their investment in the global capability centers. So I think you have to understand the relationship between the United States and India is very, very different than with Russia or with China. I mean, so with Russia, it's more on a commodity base. You know, you're basically getting oil, or you're getting other commodities itself. As far as trade goes, I mean, India's export to Russia is less than $5 billion. Whereas with the US and India is over $200 billion two-way trade itself. So I think the relationship is very, very different, very solid. Yes, tariffs are hurting, but I think the relationship is just not just based on tariff. And I think last quarter GDP results showed tariff or no tariff, India's economy grew by 8.2%.
Tatiana, you know, one of the points that a lot of guests have made, and I think what Mr. Agi was also trying to allude to, is that the relationship between India and Russia basically has two legs. One is the defense relationship, which is an old one. I mean, even today, despite diversification, despite, you know, Atmanirbharta or self-reliance for defense manufacturing, more than 50% of India's weapons inventory has a Russian origin. So that's a long-standing one. And the other leg now, particularly since this war began, is on the energy side, with India importing a lot of Russian oil. But beyond that, you know, whether it is people-to-people contact, and I was looking at it, there are 70,000 Indians who are living and working in Russia right now. There are 5 million Indian Americans. The breadth of this relationship is very limited. It's very thin.
Well, this is exactly what is being looked at in terms of diversification, including during this visit. You know that the State Duma has just ratified the agreement that basically lays the foundation for many things, a legal foundation for including the labor, logistics, but not limited to that. And you know, however, it doesn't. However small it feels, but like for instance, in central Moscow, where I'm right now, it feels like we've had a lot more tourism from India. There is this connection between the people of Russia and India that has been there for decades. I mean, there is a cultural connection. I've had the pleasure of meeting Mr. Adil Hussein this year and in Moscow, and we spoke of Russian literature and the influence it's had on Indian cinema to begin with. But there's a huge history between our two nations. So to diminish it all to the level of the relationship being stood on, as you say, on two legs of defense exports and energy trade, also even diminishing that to the fact that India literally saved the economies of European nations, even of the US to some extent, by continuing to buy Russian oil and by stopping the oil prices from rocketing sky high back in 2022, it is a little bit too black and white to my taste.
Okay.
Even, yeah.
So Sadanand, you know, the strategic logic in the last 20, 25 years, which underpinned the India-US relationship was, you know, if there's one country that can challenge US primacy, it is China. Somehow Trump seems to have, you know, thrown that logic out the window. He's very keen to cut a deal with Xi Jinping. They even had a phone call, I think, a few days ago when this whole tensions between China and Japan were ratcheting up over Taiwan. He seems keen that he doesn't want to sort of intrude in what he sees as Beijing's sphere of influence or Xi Jinping's sphere of influence. As far as India is concerned, we've had our own history with China, but relations seem to be on the mend. And now Russia is basically saying that we want to have the same relationship with India that we have with China. And there are also concerns that because of the war, effectively one of the consequences of this war has been that Russia has been pushed further and further into Beijing's embrace. That's something that the Russians are also concerned about, and certainly it's something that concerns folks here in New Delhi.
See, Zach, the way I see it, like even if you sort of, you know, for a moment take the, I will come to the US part of your question, but even if you take the US out of the equation for a second and pretend that we were having this conversation, let's say in April this year, when US-India relations looked really strong, looked to be on an upswing, Vice President J.D. Vance was in New Delhi and so on, right? Even at that moment, if we'd had a discussion about the India-Russia relationship, you know, I agree with Tatiana that there's great sentiment. There's a certain amount of, you know, there are cultural links, certainly going back to the, you know, to the Soviet era where you know, Moscow was quite, you know, sophisticated in terms of how it reached out to India and Indian elites and so on. So there's a sentimental element that's certainly there. But if you sort of go beyond that, right? The energy only dates to 2022. Before 2022, India had, you know, the amount of energy India imported from Russia was vanishingly small. It was just, you know, less than 1%. And then you have the arms industry, which has been very important, as you pointed out. 50% still matters. But again, there, if you look at the CIPRI data, it has come down dramatically, right? India has gone from basically being, you know, having roughly 70% of Indian arms imports being of Russian origin to the last 5-year period I looked at, it was down to 35%. Still number one, but to go from 70% to 35% is a very dramatic decline. So what we had until this recent kerfuffle with the US was a strong relationship. Nobody ever thought that India was going to cut its ties with Russia. India has a strong independent relationship with Russia that goes back for decades. It's been mutually reinforced. But the larger strategic dilemma remains, which is that if you look at Eurasia, the economic map of Eurasia has changed very dramatically over the last 25 years. And China has been the big gainer. India has been the second big gainer. And Russia, though it may not be collapsing, is really not in the picture. And so what India finds itself is that it has a China problem with Russia, whether it likes it or not. Now, ideally, from an Indian perspective, the US would be engaged in great power competition. It would view China as its major adversary or rival, and that would continue to be something that drives US-India relations closer.
Okay.
We have an idiosyncratic president in the White House right now who appears to have abandoned that, and that has created all kinds of chaos in the US-India relationship. But India's questions about the Russia-China relationship and Russia-China closeness and Russia dependency on China, those predate this current kerfuffle with India, and those aren't going away because they're based on very strong numbers. The fact is that the Chinese economy is vastly larger than the Russian economy. And the fact is that since 2022, Russia has become much more dependent on China. I'm not blaming anybody. I'm just saying this is just a reality. And this raises questions for India. It raises questions for Indian defense planners. How much could it rely on Russia in a crunch?
All right, just one final word. I'm really out of time. Ambassador Kachu, you were putting a hand up, so just one sentence, please. What is it?
Just one sentence,
yeah,
Zaka.
please.
I think there is a personal angle, and we know that these great leaders today, President Trump, Prime Minister Modi, President Putin, and Xi Jinping, lay a great deal of emphasis on personal chemistry. I think Trump's actions have deeply embarrassed Prime Minister Modi. And what we are seeing today, which is a good thing for the India-Russia relationship, I'm all in favor of the strengthening of this relationship. But let us not forget that there are personal signals being sent out by Mr. Modi to President Trump.
Okay. All right, we'll leave it at that. Thank you very much, Ambassador Kaju, Susanna Dhume, and Mr. Mukesh Aghi. Thank you very much indeed for joining us here on this special coverage. But what's really at stake as far as the India-Russia relationship is concerned, I do a little deep dive into what to expect over the next 2 days. President Vladimir Putin of Russia arrived in New Delhi Thursday for the annual India-Russia summit, which marks Russia's long-standing partnership with India. President Putin and Prime Minister Modi are expected to discuss a wide range of issues from defense to energy to talent mobility. As many as 10 agreements between the two governments are expected to be announced during the visit. Putin is traveling with 75 Russian CEOs, the largest delegation that he's carried to India in the last 20 years. But looming over the bilateral discussions between Putin and Modi will be a third figure, a man who's been testing the limits of this partnership, US President Donald Trump. The timing is particularly sensitive for India, which has been searching for ways to resolve its tariff situation with Trump, particularly the oil tariffs. Trump has accused India of financing Russia's war on Ukraine by buying Russian oil. He has singled India out and imposed 25% oil tariffs on India, which is the only country to face these tariffs, even though China imports much more Russian oil than India does. Last month, India's biggest oil companies, both public and private, said that they would stop buying Russian crude after US sanctions on Russian oil giants Rosneft and Lukoil, which are the two biggest Russian energy companies. The bilateral summit signals to the world that both India and Russia are committed to this relationship that dates back to the Soviet Union. This is the 23rd version of the annual summit, which first began in the year 2000 when Vladimir Putin first became president. For both Putin and Modi, this is an opportunity to show to the world, and in particular to Donald Trump, that they have friends and partners beyond America.
Мы нацелены вывести сотрудничество с Китайской Народной Республикой и с Республикой Индия на качественно новый уровень с усилением его технологической составляющей. На это нацелено множество совместных проектов в энергетике, в промышленности, космосе, сельском хозяйстве и так далее. По вопросам экономической повестки у нас выстроен содержательный диалог с председателем Китайской Народной Республики господином Си Цзиньпинем. Также подробно будем обсуждать эти темы в ходе предстоящего визита в Индию с премьер-министром господином Нарендрой Моди, включая увеличение импорта индийских товаров на наш рынок.
But Prime Minister Modi, who shares a warm personal bond with Vladimir Putin, will have to walk a tightrope between managing India's relationship with Russia, which is its biggest arms supplier, while at the same time he has to cater to the United States, which is India's biggest trading partner. And that is a challenging line to walk, even in the best of times. Putin arrived in Delhi Thursday evening for the summit. The following day, he and Prime Minister Modi discussed ways to strengthen trade and economic ties. India-Russia trade ties have been minimal, with India exporting less than $5 billion to Russia. Much of the trade of $68 billion has been dominated by India's import of Russian oil. India would like to diversify its trade with Russia, including increasing India's import of Russian fertilizer and the construction of small nuclear reactors in India. A new agreement on labor mobility is also expected, which would make it easier for Russian companies to hire workers from India. Russia has been facing an acute labor shortage, which has been exacerbated by the war in Ukraine, and also there's been a decline in the number of migrants coming to Russia from Central Asia. Successive Indian governments have chosen to follow a path of strategic autonomy, where alliances and partnerships are dictated by India's interests, but now India has to strike a balance between two great powers, Russia on the one hand and America on the other. India has a strong bond with Russia and depends on Russia for its military weapons. It has faced the wrath of Western countries, both America and Europe, for its neutral stand in the war in Ukraine. India has abstained from all UN votes on the Ukraine war. But the new complication is India's strained ties with America. Both countries have had a strategic partnership over the last 25 years, but now Trump is really testing its limits. The bipartisan consensus was partly because Washington viewed India as a counterweight to China. But Trump's hefty tariffs have completely upended that. Indian oil companies began buying a lot of discounted oil from Russia after the invasion of Ukraine in 2022. More than a third of India's oil imports have been from Russia in the last 3 years. And this became a major sticking point in India's trade negotiations with Donald Trump. Trump slammed an extra 25% tariff on India, doubling the tariffs initially imposed on all Indian exports. But India won't be able to turn off the Russian tap overnight, and that is something that even Trump has acknowledged.
Well, I understand India no longer is going to be buying oil from Russia. That's what I heard. I don't know if that's right or not, but that's a good step. We'll see what happens, okay?
But what Russia loses out on oil, it might gain on the defense front. India spends tens of billions of dollars on military equipment to protect its borders with China and Pakistan. Russia is India's biggest supplier of weapons. Most of its air defense systems, its fighter jets, its missiles and guns used by the armed forces are of Russian origin. According to the Stockholm International Peace and Research Institute, even today, India depends on Russian imports for more than 60% of its weapons. During Putin's visit, India could potentially announce the purchase of more S-400 air defense batteries. The S-400, as well as the long-range BrahMos missile, which was an India-Russia collaboration, played a significant role in Operation Sindoor with Pakistan back in May. Although India has been diversifying its sources of weapons, it's buying more now from Israel, from France, and even from the United States. Even today, over 60% of India's armed inventory is of Russian origin. India's dependence on Russia for maintenance, spare parts, and support for its defense equipment is going to continue, and in fact, it's only going to be further accentuated in Putin's visit. All right, so the red carpet is being rolled out for visiting Russian President Vladimir Putin. It's the first time he's visiting India since the Russia-Ukraine war began more than 3 years ago. What to expect and how may this be watched and viewed and assessed in Washington, particularly by Donald Trump, the US president? Joining me now is a very special guest, one of the foremost Russia scholars in the world. Professor John Mearsheimer is with the Political Science Department at the University of Chicago. Thank you very much, Professor, for speaking with us. So a lot of pomp and ceremony, a lot of agreements are expected to be signed between India and Russia. This is the first time that President Putin is visiting India since the war in Ukraine began. What sort of message do you reckon India, the government, Mr. Modi is sending out through this visit, and particularly what sort of message, how will it be viewed in the White House?
Well, the fact is that the White House would like to drive a wedge between Russia and India. The main reason, I believe, not the only reason, but the main reason that the White House is angry with India these days is in large part because India has close relations with Russia and is importing a lot of Russian oil. And as everybody knows, the United States wants to force Russia. They want to coerce or compel Russia to end the war in Ukraine. And we believe here in the United States, I don't believe this, but most people in the United States believe that if we can get India and China to cut off the flow of oil from Russia to those two countries, that will force Russia to reach a deal on Ukraine, which is what the White House wants. And they therefore view India as an obstacle toward achieving that end.
But what then explains why only India is facing these oil tariffs? China imports more Russian oil than India does, but there's no oil tariffs on China.
Well, it's because China has much more economic leverage over the United States than India does. Trump tried to play hardball with China. He tried to get tougher with China than he has been with India, but he failed because the Chinese have a number of cards they can play involving things like rare earths and rare earth magnets that the United States desperately needs. So Trump was forced to back off vis-a-vis China, but he's not been forced to back off vis-a-vis India. So he continues to see India as the one country that he can pressure to help force the Russians to reach some sort of agreement on the Ukraine deal. But this is obviously not going to happen.
But the view here in India, Professor, seems to be that Trump is only forcibly pushing India more into the Russia corner by imposing these sanctions on Russian oil. And there's nothing to suggest in the last 3 months since these sanctions have come in place, since these tariffs have come in place, there's nothing to suggest that Indian import of Russian oil has actually come down. If anything, it's actually remained at the same level or gone up marginally.
Absolutely. I mean, I think this is a remarkably foolish policy. I think that the Trump administration, which came into office looking like it was going to have excellent relations with India, has fundamentally moved in the wrong direction by causing all sorts of trouble with India, mainly by putting 50% tariffs on India, is a fundamental mistake. And the idea that you can get tougher and tougher with India and India is going to cave, I believe, is misguided thinking.
And at what point does Trump relent? And if he doesn't relent, then can India sort of offset some of the damage that it's seeing in the India-US trade relationship? Can it sell some of those products to Russia or to Europe or anywhere else in the West?
Well, the problem here is the Ukraine war, right? In fact, Trump wants to have good relations with both Russia and India. I know this sounds odd, but Trump is interested in settling the Ukraine war and improving U.S.-Russian relations. And he has no interest in having bad relations with India. It makes no sense unless you think that is a way of solving the Ukraine crisis. So the taproot of this whole problem involving the United States, Russia, and India is the Ukraine war. Trump thought that he could settle it before he moved into the White House, and certainly settle it once he moved into the White House. But he has failed, and he's desperate now. And the end result is that he has not been able to improve relations with Russia, and in fact, U.S. relations with India have gone south. And because there is no evidence that the Ukraine war is going to be settled anytime soon, there's going to be no improvement, in my opinion, in either U.S.-Indian relations or U.S.-Russian relations. And I think the best thing India can do at this point in time is make sure that it maintains good relations with the Russians, but doesn't do anything to antagonize the Americans any more than they've already been antagonized.
So where is that war as you see it? I mean, this week, Steve Witkoff, who is Trump's envoy, Jared Kushner, his son-in-law, were at the Kremlin. They spent 5 hours speaking to Putin. Do you think the needle is moved? Are we anywhere closer to finding a ceasefire or some kind of temporary truce? What is your assessment?
Absolutely not. And Ushakov, Yuri Ushakov, who is the principal Russian spokesman on this issue and who was present at the meeting made it very clear afterwards that there has been no progress at all. And I believe there cannot be any progress, that there's no way that this war can be settled diplomatically. And that's because the Russians on one side and the Ukrainians and the West on the other side have irreconcilable goals. There's no way that the Ukrainians and the Europeans are going to cave in to Russia's principal demands. And the Russians have made it clear that those principal demands are non-negotiable. So there's no way you're going to get a deal here. And therefore, this meeting in Moscow for 5 hours was just a waste of time. This is going nowhere. So the problem that India faces is that the problem is not going to go away. And at some point, the Russians are going to win on the battlefield. And this is going to cause huge trouble for Trump. Trump is in trouble on a number of fronts, both domestically and internationally. And if the Ukrainians fall apart in their fight against the Russians, this will be a huge black mark for the Trump administration. And this is the context in which India operates. And India is in a very delicate position, in my opinion. And what India should do, I think, is just downplay its antagonism with the United States as much as possible, say all the right things, but fully understand that there's not anything they can do to meaningfully improve relations with the United States until the Ukraine war is settled one way or another.
So the broad contours of this 28-point peace plan, which Trump has put up and his envoys are negotiating with the Kremlin, the nub of it seems to be that the remaining areas of the Donbass region, I think there's about 10% or so in Donetsk, which is still under Ukrainian control. If Ukraine were to give that up, and Russia keeps those 4 provinces in the east, then it might be open to some kind of a ceasefire. Is that a reasonable sort of inference of where things stand right now? And what is it that will take Vladimir Putin to end this war?
With all due respect, I don't think that would do the trick. First of all, the Russians have no interest in a ceasefire because they're doing well militarily on the battlefield, and they see a ceasefire as a way for Ukraine to stop the war temporarily and rearm. So the Russians say there has to be a genuine peace agreement. Now, you raised the issue of territory, and there's no question that the Russians demand that Ukraine and the West recognize their annexation of these 4 oblasts in the east, plus Crimea. But there are 2 other huge issues floating around out there. One is the question of admission to NATO and security guarantees. It looks like admission to NATO might be taken off the table. But the fact is, the West still is talking about meaningful security guarantees for Ukraine, which is a de facto version of NATO membership. The Russians say this is unacceptable. And then finally, there's the whole question of disarmament. The Russians demanded back in the Istanbul negotiations in March, April of 2022, when they were negotiating, the Russians were negotiating with the Ukrainians, that the standing Ukrainian army, once the war was ended, be about 85,000 men. That was the Russian demand. The Ukrainians said at the time that the number should be 250,000. Well, the West is now talking about a standing Ukrainian army of 800,000 men, maybe 600,000 men. These numbers are categorically unacceptable to the Russians. So you have huge problems on the disarmament front, you have huge problems on the security guarantee front, and you were raising the issue of territory. The Ukrainians have made it clear, and the Europeans have made it clear, that they won't agree to giving up any Ukrainian territory to Russia. So this is why this is a non-starter, and it's going to be settled on the battlefield, and it's going to be settled in Russia's favor.
One of the things that President Putin also spoke about just before coming to New Delhi, and I think his press secretary elaborated that in greater detail, is that they want to have more economic engagement with India. They want to have with India the kind of no-limits partnership that they have with China. You think it's possible at all?
I think there's no question that the Russians are desperate to have good relations with countries outside of the West. And India is a prime candidate from Moscow's perspective to have good relations, both economic and political. So I would imagine that the Russians will be willing to cut a good number of sweetheart deals with the Indians because the Russians, again, have a vested interest in having good relations with countries outside of the West.
The view here in Delhi seems to be, particularly since the start of this war, is that Russia has moved closer and closer into Beijing's embrace. And that for India has problems because of our own problems with China.
Yes, that's exactly right. And by the way, I would point out to you that that too is driven by the Ukraine war. It shows you just how important the Ukraine war is for India, as paradoxical as that might seem. But what's happened here is that because of what's happening in Ukraine, the fact that the United States is basically at war with Russia in Ukraine, that has driven the Russians into the arms of the Chinese. It has caused them to have remarkably close relations that they wouldn't have, close relations that they wouldn't have absent the Ukraine war. This is a problem for India because India faces a serious threat from China. I would argue that the major threat facing India today and in the foreseeable future comes not from the United States or from Russia, it comes from China. But the problem is that the Russians cannot in any way at this point in time help India deal with China because Russia is in a full body embrace with China, again, because of the Ukraine war.
And a final word, so I'll come back to something that you said earlier. So your advice, if you were asked advice by the Indian government, would be to deepen its engagement with Russia, but at the same time, do not antagonize the United States, and particularly Donald Trump.
Yes, I think that there's no question India is in a difficult situation here. It's not a catastrophic situation by any means. They're in a very difficult situation. India has to walk a fine line. India has a deep-seated interest in having very good relations with Russia. It has a deep-seated interest in increasing trade with Russia, importing important weapon systems like the S-500, and maybe this fifth generation fighter plane that they're talking about. But there's no question India wants to have good relations with Russia moving forward. But at the same time, it certainly doesn't want to antagonize the Americans. It wants to do everything it can to ameliorate the problem that it faces. Of course, that's hard to do because of the Ukraine war. But I think that India can go a long way towards not exacerbating the situation with the United States, which is the best I think you can hope for at this point in time.
All right, Professor John Mearsheimer, it's always a pleasure speaking with you. Thank you very much for joining us, sir. Thank you for your time and your thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you for having me on the show.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
Conversations, the broad contours of the conversation would have already begun. Yes, they are stepping in together. They are stepping in together. They are going together. There you go. The import of this is important. This looks like the president's vehicle. The president's vehicle in which Prime Minister Narendra Modi is also seated. The president sitting right behind the chauffeur, the driver's side, and Prime Minister sitting to the president's left. And the two leaders are already conversing. The SPG, the Russian security protocol, all of them sitting there. There are pictures that are being taken of the two leaders, and we'll have those pictures also being released in a bit. But Shashankji is with us. This is significant. After Tianjin, the second time the two leaders are traveling in the same vehicle. This is very rare. Shashankji, can you hear me?
I can hear you. So there is very time constraint is there. They have to discuss. There's so many issues. of great importance for bilateral relations and for the global situation as it is evolving and issues of war and peace, that I think it's important that they should discuss this in the cars in a safe environment and take every opportunity to express their thoughts to each other.
But this is quite rare. This doesn't happen often. Surya Jayanti, Nikita Menkovich with us. Nikita Menkovich, this will be important. The Russians will be watching this. There is a show of fist and then, of course, something symbolic. There is a conversation that's happening. We can see the Prime Minister quite animated. But this is important. President Putin doesn't do this often with many leaders. Nikita.
This meeting is really important for both countries. For a long time, we had been main partners as Soviet Union and India. Now we're coming back to that level of relationship. Of course, for my honor opinion, not the more important what two leaders are showing now, but what they are going to discuss. But the thing with you demonstrate us that nothing spoils this meeting and this dialogue between our two countries. It shows that both Putin and Modi demonstrate confidential and respect for each other. It is a good base for dialogue and for future partnership in economy, in defense, in the military projects. I hope that also IT, science and other fields will be a topic of our dialogue and next
I'm just going to interrupt you because we're getting pictures from Arun Danta's camera. Arun, you're just at the point where the two leaders are departing in the same car, same vehicle together. So similar to Tianjin, it's a white color vehicle that should come your way any moment now. Arun, talk us through what you see.
That's right, Anand. You can see the convoy, the first car of the convoy is coming out. In fact, this is the protocol car that you see. The gate is open. This is the Palam Technical Airport, and you can see now there's a glittering vehicle. This is
News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
Conversations, the broad contours of the conversation would have already begun. Yes, they are stepping in together. They are stepping in together. They are going together. There you go. The import of this is important. This looks like the president's vehicle. The president's vehicle in which Prime Minister Narendra Modi is also seated. The president sitting right behind the chauffeur, the driver's side, and Prime Minister sitting to the president's left. And the two leaders are already conversing. The SPG, the Russian security protocol, all of them sitting there. There are pictures that are being taken of the two leaders, and we'll have those pictures also being released in a bit. But Shashankji is with us. This is significant. After Tianjin, the second time the two leaders are traveling in the same vehicle. This is very rare. Shashankji, can you hear me?
I can hear you. So there is a very time constraint is there. They have to discuss. There's so many issues of great importance for bilateral relations and for the global situation as it is evolving and issues of war and peace, that I think it's important that they should discuss this in the cars in a safe environment and take every opportunity to express their thoughts to each other.
But this is quite rare. This doesn't happen often. Surya Jayanti, Nikita Menkovich with us. Nikita Menkovich, this will be important. The Russians will be watching this. There is a show of fist and then, of course, something symbolic.
Viewers, what a day. The visuals on your screens reinforce the unparalleled goodwill that India and Russia share. That goodwill is personified by the deep connect between Prime Minister Modi and President Putin. Modi surprised Putin with his, quote, unexpected, unquote, gesture of showing up in person at the airport to greet his, quote, dear friend, unquote. Viewers, the Russians are absolutely surprised by this rare gesture of warmth and friendship, and they have taken it to heart in a good way. The two leaders shared a warm hug, and you can see that very clearly, and a firm handshake. PM's gesture stands out even more when one considers that the summit is taking place despite US pressure on India to contribute to the Western effort to isolate Russia. But these pictures of India literally rolling out the red carpet for his friend Putin is a clear signal to Trump and other twitchy Western capitals that Delhi won't surrender its strategic autonomy. If Trump is watching, Trump is unlikely to be pleased. But viewers, his feelings don't really matter. And this is quite clear. He's seeing each of his red lines being breached or redrawn. What was Trump hoping? Trump was hoping that India would no longer trade with Russia, specifically energy, because this would be seen as indirectly supporting Russia's war. What is another Trump red line? That India is continuing to source Russian military hardware or arms is a red flag. Engaging Russia defeats US strategy of working to diplomatically isolate Russia, specifically when the US is forcing some kind of détente between Russia and Ukraine. Russia-India bonhomie assertion of non-West viewed as a challenge to US hegemony. And India's continued reluctance to criticize Russia's aggression in Ukraine a source of annoyance. For decades, Western capitals have viewed Eastern nations not as equal partners, but as resources to be tapped, shaped, or co-opted. Japan's post-war recovery was micromanaged by Washington. China's entry into the global trading system was encouraged only as long as it served Western supply chains and cost structures. During the 1997 Asian financial crisis, Western institutions prescribed harsh reforms while ignoring the volatility created by their own capital flows. The West's approach is paternalistic, some would say, viewers. At least that's the view from India. The East may rise, but only if it doesn't exceed the West. Clearly, India and Russia aren't about to accept limits. One is a rising power, the other an established one, yet both have watched their strategic priorities dismissed or downgraded in Western conversations. Modi in particular has been firm in rejecting Western paternalism. Yet careful not to sound anti-West, Modi has defined India as simply non-West. In doing so, he is hoping that the West understands, that DC in particular understands that Delhi will set its own national priorities. It will decide who it partners with, and it will choose its economic and strategic engagements on its own terms, but never against anyone. So far, friends, so far, New Delhi's optimism has been blunted by Trump. Why, viewers? Because Trump thinks he can bully New Delhi and Modi and a billion Indians into a corner. He's forgotten, viewers, that India is the pivot to the Indo-Pacific. Nothing can happen. No power projection if you don't have, or India doesn't have, to be more precise, your back. Let's open this conversation up because this is an important global moment, viewers, and we need to examine it from different lenses. So we've got the American lens, we've got the Russian lens, we've even got the Indian lens, and we're going to look at it for what it is. One of those turning points. And I want to engage first and foremost with the guests who have come through from Washington. Timothy Romer is with us. He's former US ambassador to India and former US representative Dr. Sergei Markov, journalist and former advisor to Putin from Moscow. Kamal Sipal, former Foreign Secretary of India, will be joining us in just a few moments. Surya Jayanti, non-resident senior fellow at the Atlantic Council, also here with us. So hefty voices, important voices on an important day. I want to first begin with you, Mr. Roma. I have to say that Trump has really messed up, hasn't he? Big time. Trump was hoping that he could dictate the terms of India's foreign policy, how it approaches it. But that hasn't happened, despite New Delhi making it very clear that we're not anti-West. That fundamentally we just want a little bit of our own strategic autonomy to do things which are in our own national interests. That hasn't gone down well. And Trump, unfortunately, is not looking very good for it. What do you say?
Well, nice to be on your program, and certainly good to see your guests, especially Ambassador Sybil, who is a friend, former colleague. Look, the United States, going back to the Clinton administration, has deep and profound respect for India and its strategic autonomy. Just as the United States has the ability to reach out and have partnerships with different countries and express our strategic and geopolitical interests, we have shown that respect for India through the last several administrations, through Clinton, through Obama, through Bush, and Biden, and in the Trump administration, the first term. There's no question there are some strains in the relationship right now, given the ongoing trade negotiations in particular. I'm optimistic that we are going to get to a trade deal between the United States and India. I think there's several indicators and positive factors pointing to that trade agreement getting across the finish line in the next month or so, maybe before the 2026 time period. But let's also look at the strategic relationship between the United States and Russia. Certainly, Prime Minister Modi did the right thing in greeting President Putin at the airport. Nice gesture. Smart thing to do. But once they get to Hyderabad House tomorrow to discuss details, there are going to be a lot of things that get into the nitty-gritty that are going to challenge Mr. Modi and Mr. Putin. Let's talk about a couple of them. One is oil. The Indians used to purchase about 2.5% of the Russian oil before the Ukraine war. That got up to 36%. That's going back down now. That's going to be something they talk a lot about, especially given the fact that the United States is pressuring countries for peace in Ukraine. Secondly, buying defense systems from the Russians. They bought 3 S-400 defense systems in 2018. I think only one of those has been delivered due to supply chain problems. We know the aircraft carrier that the Indians bought from Russia was over budget and not working well. There are problems in that relationship on oil, on defense, and then let's talk about China. China and Russia have a no-limits partnership. That causes problems for India, and China sells all kinds of defense equipment to Pakistan, one of the rivals for India, particularly in the last few months. So a lot of difficult things for Mr. Modi and Mr. Putin to work through. The United States will continue to have a great relationship with India, and will continue to pressure Russia to come to peace agreements in Ukraine.
Mr. Roma, let's be very, very honest here. America's own approach to even Russia, for example, lacks what many people in India believe is moral rectitude. You want to do business with Russia, critical minerals and so forth, even oil on the table. You want to engage Russia, you want to sit across the table and give them a sweet deal, cut out Ukraine, and you seem to have a grouse. I'm not saying you personally, but Trump seems to have a grouse. If India wants to engage with Russia, and buy weapon systems. You, in fact, have cozied up to a terrorist state, Pakistan, hyphenated it once again with India. General Munir, a person who has said very clearly that he wants to wage jihad, not my words, his words, against India, is a state guest at the White House. You sell weapons, sir, to Pakistan. You also sell weapons to India. So what are we talking about? I feel that the powers that are in Washington, D.C. are looking extremely bad, very poor right now. They haven't been able to dictate terms to New Delhi. They can't get Russia to get off its high horse. They can't, frankly, even bring about a lasting, durable peace in Gaza. Trump's authority looks very compromised, sir.
Well, when you talk to me and to the United States of America about moral rectitude and trying to do the right thing as a global power, I am firmly confident and very optimistic about the role that the United States continues to try to play to create peace when Russia invaded Ukraine and took over its sovereignty and has attacked its people and attacked its prosperity and killed so many thousands of Ukrainian people going back to 2014. The United States is trying to play a positive role in bringing peace to that region of the world. The United States is trying to bring peace to the Middle East that has been at war for decades and decades and decades. And that's not an easy role for the United States to play. But I will continue to say that the United States and India have a very good and positive relationship. In fact, I served on the 9/11 Commission. I was one of the people who recommended that the hyphen be removed from the India-Pakistan relationship, and it has been. And the fact that the United States can reach out to Pakistan and do a rare earths deal or try to do some things to stabilize that country on India's border while still knowing that the strategic relationship with India is the more important prize in terms of our geopolitical relationships. Just as we reach out to Pakistan to have a decent relationship with them, but prioritize India, you can't have it both ways and say the United States can't have multiple relationships and strategic autonomy, but we can in India. And we can talk to China, we can talk to Russia, we can talk to Iran, we can talk to anybody in the global South.
You're mistaking me.
But you can't do that in the United States.
I'm saying that if the United States...
That's a contradiction in terms...
No, it's not. What I'm trying to tell you, Mr. Roma, is that the US must apply the same yardsticks that it applies to itself to some of its partners. If it thinks it can engage China and Pakistan and people that we don't like, we can do exactly the same. We can engage Russia on our terms. We want to buy oil from Russia, we should be allowed to buy oil from Russia. This is an arbitrary sanction. China buys more oil from Russia. China hasn't been sanctioned. You know this. I mean, come on. Let's not defend what is an apparent attempt at blackmail and an attempt at snapping arbitrary sanctions. I mean, how can you justify this? The Chinese buy more oil from Russia and they're getting away with it. They're getting away with murder. But nonetheless, let's open this up.
You need to look at the historical context of the United States.
Is it not a fact, sir, that China buys oil from Russia? Is it not a fact?
Which is long-term, which is deep in so many different areas. The United States and India are now talking about new relationships in intelligence sharing, new relationships in AI, new relationships with iPhones and the emerging technology of the next 35 years. This is the new strategic relationship defining this century.
Okay.
Whereas, I respect this. India and Russia are talking about how to muddle through in a legacy relationship and work out problems on oil, work out problems on defense systems that are over budget and not working very well. And the United States welcomes the attempts of Russia and India to work that out. We respect India to have the opportunity to meet with Mr. Putin and
Okay.
have a relationship with that country.
Which
Just
leader
as you
that
should with the
purports to
United
be a
States
friend?
having multiple
Fair enough, sir.
relationships.
Which leader that purports to be a friend would slam another country and call it a failed economy? Which leader, viewers, would slap arbitrary sanctions on a friend that it involves in a larger embrace called the Quad, but spare China, who buys more Russian oil? Which friend does that, viewers? Blackmails Modi and this country and its poor. Think about
But
that.
the
I'm
rhetoric,
not
to
saying
fair,
that it's a zero-sum
to be fair,
game.
The rhetoric on both sides
Yes,
has
right, sir.
been.
I'm not saying this is a
Both
zero-sum
sides.
game.
Both sides, we've had this. The Indian side has accused the United States of certain things. And I do agree with you that some of the rhetoric coming out of Washington, D.C. about a debt economy has not been helpful.
It's
In
not
fact,
friendly.
India has
It's not respectful.
It's not friendly. It's not helpful.
It's not respectful.
conducive to.
It's not respectful.
Well, and it doesn't reflect the nature of the current U.S.-India relationship
I hope not,
either.
because it's a
Things
valued
on
partner.
defense are going well. Things in
Washington is a
space
valued
are going
partner.
well. Things in the economy, we're working through a trade agreement that might have historical breakthroughs in the next month or so.
Okay, let's keep our fingers crossed. But I don't think
the picture of being totally, cloudy and pessimistic.
No,
The
we're not
US
being
India-
pessimistic. We value
very
America. The Prime Minister is very clear that we're not anti-West, we're not anti-America, we're just non-West. We do things, we beat to a different drum. Accept it. Anyhow, let me just bring in Mr. Kamal Sibal. Mr. Sibal, what are we looking at here? What's the message? What is the Prime Minister trying to tell the world, specifically DC, by receiving Putin personally at the airport and rolling out the red carpet, even at the risk of earning brickbats from DC all the way to Berlin and perhaps even Kiev? What's going on here?
I think Prime Minister has made a gesture to Putin, which he has made to other leaders also. So it's not as if it's unique. If he was the only leader then it could stand out as an exceptional gesture. But there are 6-7 other leaders that he has received at the airport, including Sheikh Hasina in the past, and the UAE person and the Qatar leader and others. That is one part. The other is that he wanted to show extra respect to the relationship with Russia and his personal equation with President Putin, which has got strengthened over the last 11 years. They have met several times. They've had very good conversations. And he wanted actually to be able to show his regard for Putin. That's one aspect, purely in the bilateral context. The other is, yes, I agree that there is a geopolitical messaging here, where there is a lot of pressure applied on India to dilute our ties with Russia, to end defense ties with Russia, and generally to turn our back to Russia as much as possible, and exclusively focus on our relations with the United States. Well, that is not possible. That's not in our national interest. For us, it has never been an either-or situation, and the United States should have learned from the non-alignment days that India is not going to choose sides. It will try to work with both sides as much as is feasible. And now that India has more options and is more self-confident and has got more capacities to follow an independent foreign policy, all the more reason, therefore, it will try and adopt a posture of not taking sides. And this is what strategic autonomy means. Strategic autonomy is not something which is written in stones that in every case, even if it is against our interests, we should take independent decisions. That's not it. Strategic autonomy merely means that when our vital national interests are involved, we will not compromise. But when they are not involved in the interest of balanced relations with other countries and give and take, we can accommodate, we can make concessions. This is what strategic autonomy is. Now, it is entirely wrong of the United States to tell us that we should not have a certain level of relationship with Russia. Why? I mean, they know that this is a 70-year-old relationship. There have been virtually no problems in this relationship. It has been remarkably steady. There's a degree of confidence. Yes, our relationship with the United States is much more important, is much wider in scope. And for the future, in some senses, for the modernization of our economy, for our economic growth, for our global role, the relationship with the United States is more important than with Russia. But then it's not an either-or situation. Every country that we have relations with has its own place in the matrix of our foreign policy. If the argument is that because United States is our biggest partner and the most powerful country, we should only look at the United States, then we must just sacrifice our relationship with every other country. It doesn't work like that. Every country, even small countries, may not bring very much value to us economically or otherwise, have an importance of a certain kind, strategic or geopolitical or territorial or whatever. So therefore, America and Trump in particular, now look on the oil business, I think you've described it very well. China gets its oil, far more oil than India does. They get pipeline. They have pipelines, oil pipelines coming into China, which are not subjected to any sanctions. And yet there are no sanctions that have been employed on them because China has countervailing capacities which India lacks. So why bully India? Why bully India? We are the most tariffed country in the world today. And just look back a few months in February this year. It was such an excellent meeting Prime Minister had with President Trump.
It's true.
And there's nothing, honestly, if Ambassador Romer can point out if there is any provocation from our side which would justify what Trump has done, I'm willing to listen to that argument. But there's nothing that has been done by us which would provoke Donald Trump. But
on the contrary, we were asked...
All the provocations have come from his side.
We were asked by the Biden regime to actually purchase Russian oil. That's what has been publicized.
And Mr. Romer's successor, Garcetti, said that while he was in office here.
Yes.
And
so we're being punished for doing things that the Americans wanted us to do.
U.S. Commerce Secretary has said, former U.S. Commerce Secretary has said that. And he's still not removed the sanctions, the tariffs, even after sanctioning Russian oil.
Yeah.
And even after the oil purchases by India from Russia have declined.
Okay, so let me widen the scope of this conversation. Let me also bring in Surya Jayanti. Surya Jayanti, I have to ask you this question. In a sense, isn't it true that Trump's hypocritical tariff war has pushed India to diversify its strategic and even trade options? Perhaps we wouldn't be here.
I think it's very easy to overstate the role that fairness plays in international relations. The idea that any country is ever fair and consistent and even-handed is a fantasy. So while I understand that India feels that it is being singled out and bullied, and I happen to agree that that's true, it's ultimately a meaningless feeling because such is the nature of international relations. Every country is in one way or another pursuing its own strategic autonomy to the greatest extent possible. They just might not have quite such a good and catchy phrase for it. And the United States is absolutely the number one in that respect. It is, more than any other country, putting itself first. And it is thus absolutely hypocritical when it then demands of other countries that they not put their interests first. But such is international relations. I think the more interesting question here is actually, how is it in the United States' interest to alienate India? And that gets to the question you've just asked me, which is the broader balance of powers, the geopolitical, geostrategic reality here. It is hard to see how it helps the United States to roll out a red carpet of resentment in a greater, deeper Russia-India relationship or India-China relationship. But that is, unfortunately, the natural consequence of a tension in the relationship between India and the United States. It is hard to know exactly what the logic behind the tariffs, the 25% tariffs on India, the logic that was stated about Russian oil, I don't find particularly persuasive, partly because it was sort of a post hoc rationalization, but also for the reasons that have been laid out here, which is that other countries are buying even more Russian oil and are not facing equivalent consequences. But it is certainly true that the United States policy on Russia has been very inconsistent. And while on one hand, for example, the United States is trying to force a deeply disadvantageous so-called peace settlement on Ukraine, it is simultaneously also weakening Russia with additional oil sanctions, the ones that the White House rolled out in October, for example, on Lukoil, Rosneft, etc. So it's hard to see a particularly coherent logic behind US-Russia policy. And I think one could extrapolate and say that there isn't a lot of coherent logic behind many of the bilateral relationships that have been redefined by the current American administration. I think Brazil is another excellent example and Brazil has faced even higher tariffs than India for reasons that, likewise, it has no ability to really wrap its collective national head around. So I'd like to move the discussion a little bit away from fairness and more to the realpolitik consequences.
So let me ask you that. Let me stop you there and ask you this question. Now that some people will think that Delhi has successfully redrawn Trump's red lines, how is it going to be viewed in Washington and what are going to be the implications?
It's important to note that the United States, as far as I can tell, and I'm a former US diplomat as well, so I've seen it from the inside, I know how the sausage is made. The United States likes, indeed perhaps even loves India. I think at the foundation is a solid relationship, but it's also true that it's tense at the moment. And so I think the United States is probably looking less at the optics of what is currently going on between, for example, India and Russia with the Putin visit today, and is looking more at what the consequences, the actual concrete consequences will be. So military sales, for example, between India and Russia are going to be something that the United States is interested in. Mm-hmm. Although that's going to be somewhat variable, I think, the level of US interest, depending on whether it's pro-Moscow or anti-Moscow on any given day.
Okay. So let's get the Russian perspective in. Dr. Markov has been extremely patient, and I thank you for that. Dr. Markov, we heard a previous speaker suggest that there is no long-term gain for India to engage with Russia, and that both of them actually are not aligned in any consequential manner, apart from a few arms purchases and oil, and that this relationship is therefore founded on a very transactional convergence. How do you respond to this?
Russia and India has quite a long relationship, 75 years. After India became independent, Russia, which calls at the time Soviet Union, helped to India a lot to develop own economy and to help to preserve its sovereignty. And Russia and India will continue to cooperate in this new. As about the United States of America and Europe, which is united by this name West, the West, we have some lessons which we learned from this year. They're really imperialist countries who really want domination in all the world. And they're very arrogant. And they treated us, Russians and Indians, as second sort of the people and second sort of the countries who should serve to them and who should give our natural resources and our part of economy to them to exploit us. They want to exploit us. They also imposed to India partly artificial conflict with Pakistan. You know, in the past, India, Pakistan, been part of the big India during many centuries, even thousands of years, and now they have very rival Russia.
and this have been created by Great Britain and United States of America. Now they want to make same conflict as between India and Pakistan. They want to make same conflict between Russia and Ukraine. Ukraine was part of the Russia during more than 1,000 years. Kiev was capital of Russia during 3 centuries, and they want to have civil war.
Yes, but how do we make this relationship, Dr. Markov, a little more meaningful? People are saying that it is not meaningful, it will never be meaningful. How do you respond to those cynics?
Yeah, I think that Russia and India have common interests. This common interest is, first of all, to preserve own sovereignty from aggression of the Western countries. We have now aggression mostly from Europeans and Great Britain. India now feel aggression from United States of America with this sanction war, and we also from American sanctions. So we are allies and Western countries. We don't want to have enemies with them, but we have to give response to them. And this will make Russia and India very much friends and even allies in such geopolitical competition. We are also absolutely sure that India will continue to buy Russian oil. No doubt about this. It's not because India like Russia. It's not because India too much depend on Russian oil, but it's because India sovereign country civilization, and India will preserve its sovereignty from pressure of United States of America.
We obviously, even those commercial ties and equations will have to be measured in the scales of national interest. If it makes economic sense, we'll continue. If it doesn't, of course, becomes problematic. But nonetheless, viewers, let's just focus. Kamal Sibal remains with us. I just want to focus now on the summit itself and possible outcomes. The Modi-Putin summit is aimed at giving both real options. India and Russia have been strong partners for decades, yet their economic relationship has never reached its full potential. Both sides want to correct that. Russia is wary of over-dependence on China, and India is wary of over-reliance on the United States, specifically after our experience with Trump. The target of $100 billion in trade by 2030 is meant to anchor a more diversified external economic agenda, but the two countries are nowhere near realizing that. The only reason we've got close to that is because India has spent upwards of $50 billion importing oil. So the overall trade settles at around $68 or $69 billion or somewhere there. With India now a $4 trillion economy and Russia a $2 trillion one, there's plenty of room for growth in energy, defense production, minerals, and high-value agriculture. And India is expecting a lot of things to come out of this visit, significantly strengthened bilateral economic cooperation. We're hoping that President Putin, accompanied by major business delegations, is going to sign a flurry of deals, which will also mean that India ends up exporting more to Russia and that trade becomes more balanced. And new avenues being developed to boost Indian exports, as I just suggested, viewers, in a large number of sectors, expanded market access for Indian businesses to drive job creation and support farmer incomes, multiple agreements in shipping, healthcare, fertilizers, connectivity, enhanced cooperation anticipated in people-to-people ties, whole plethora of expectations. This prompts some basic questions. Between Russia and India, has one been less reluctant than the other to enhance the full scope of the relationship? Let's put some of those questions out. I want to first go across to Kamal Sibal, who is still here with us. Mr. Sibal, what do you think on this one particular issue? Why is it that despite these decade-long ties, you've been witness to some very monumental moments, there seems to be a reluctance to go deeper, broader, wider?
Yes, on the trade side, this is true. We've been trying very hard to boost our trade ties, but we've never been able to achieve significant results. For example, we have great strengths in pharmaceuticals, but we've not been able to penetrate the Russian market beyond a point because Russia, before, of course, all the sanctions regime was imposed and their relations with Europe collapsed. They preferred buying German pharmaceuticals. They had more confidence in their quality and this and that and that. And that is one, the lack of awareness and lack of confidence in high quality Indian products. Actually, the Russians are not unaware of India's strengths. After all, they've seen how much trade India is doing with the United States. In fact, the United States is upset that we sell more to them than we buy from them. And on the services sector, we are providing, in this sector, we are actually very, very successful in the United States, in Europe and elsewhere. In the advanced, highly regulated, highly demanding economies, we are doing very well. But with Russia, we've not been able to make that kind of penetration in these sectors. So this has been a problem. But now, as I heard Putin say in one of his long sessions with the investment community in Russia a few months ago, a couple of months ago, that he had instructed his government that Russia must make every effort to expand the India-Russia trade and open up the Russian market to Indian goods. Now that they're under sanctions, they want to be able to reach out to India. The problem here is, again, there's a problem. China is next door. China is the biggest manufacturing country in the world. China can provide them all the consumer goods and other things that they want. And they have a common border. And China is not subject to or accepts sanctions. So they have the support of China in terms of having access to their immediate needs. And India is not in a position to supplant what China can offer them and at prices which China can offer them. But nevertheless, there are areas where we can do that, and Russia wants to have alternative sources so that they're not overly dependent on China. Yeah. This is a problem. Okay. And then we're negotiating this India-Eurasian economic trade agreement with the Eurasian Economic Union. That might help also to open up the Russian and the Central Asian markets. For them, it's a work in progress. I don't think we will achieve success very quickly, but we will move in the right direction.
Okay, so let me bring in Dr. Gilbert Doctorow, who's author and Russian expert. Dr. Doctorow, simple question. The data shows Putin has not been very keen on looking at India as a trade partner beyond arms and oil. So I want to ask you, what holds Russia back for the last 2 decades, since at least Putin has been there, 2 decades and a half?
Well, on the Indian side, the problem is not unique to its trade with Russia. You've cited the trade with the United States, but to my knowledge, 70 billion of 100 billion in trade is IT, just as 50 billion of the 68 billion in Russian trade with India is oil. So the problem is that the trade flows are very concentrated in one specific area that is of interest to these two countries. And that is not a good foundation for building trade over the long term. Therefore, it's going to take a lot of creativity by the delegation of Russian businessmen and their counterparts in India to find new solutions. And I believe the code word today is co-production. The Russians have accumulated a vast quantity of rupees, assets, from this unbalanced trade. If that could be tapped to finance Russian investment in Indian production and co-production, of course that could be a solution, but it will not be a solution for tomorrow. At the same time, I want to call out the whole question of U.S. tariffs on India and what is it all about. I think we're getting off to the wrong footing when we say that it's about the Ukraine-Russian war. It has nothing to do with the Ukraine-Russian war. It has to match up perfectly with the tariffs on Brazil for Mr. Bolsonaro and with the breakup of the relationship with South Africa over the phony issue of genocide. Let's look at these 3 countries. What are we talking about? We're talking about 3 founding members of BRICS. What Mr. Trump is doing is a frontal assault on BRICS. That's what it's all about. Therefore, you can stop trading in Russian oil tomorrow, and it will not get you off the hook with the United States. The United States will go after India so long as it's an
member of BRICS.
Integral member of BRICS.
Well, that's quite the analysis. Let me bring in Adolfo Franco, Republican strategist and former spokesperson of Trump's 2024 campaign. Is that a fact, Dr. Adolfo? Is that what we're looking at? That Trump's game really is to neuter BRICS, and this has got nothing to do with Ukraine and so on and so forth. This is just about breaking up BRICS one at a time.
I don't think it's just about, thank you for the invitation first. I don't think it's just about breaking up BRICS. I think that's just not accurate. I think that is a factor, that is a concern for this administration and the president. There's no question. But if you look at the policy overall regarding trade across the globe, it affects more than just the BRICS country with severe penalties for trade practices or deficits with the U.S. So it's not limited to that. It is a factor. I think I also disagree. I think the Ukrainian oil, the sale of oil from the Ukrainian war and the sale of oil is a factor as well. So I wouldn't put all the expression, the eggs in one basket. But the BRICS issue, to the other guest's point, is legitimate. There is a question about BRICS, and that has been, of course, I worked on trade agreements way back in the George W. Bush administration under Ambassador Zellick, and that was a concern we had at that time. So that's not a new wrinkle for the Trump administration. But I think a lot of factors go into play beyond just that simple breaking up BRICS.
Well, viewers, you've got a 360 view. Tomorrow, of course, is the big day when the substantive talks will begin. We'll have to keep a hawk eye, really, on what comes out. Even resolutions, viewers. So we'll be here all day tomorrow because it's going to be a long day. It starts off at 10 in the morning and goes all the way up till about 8 in the evening, culminating in a banquet at the Rashtrapati Bhavan. So it's going to be a long day, lots to analyze. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you, Mr. Sibal, Dr. Rao, as well as, well, we've kind of lost Mr. Pablo, but thank you very much. Viewers, let's now shift the gaze inwards. And that's always troublesome, problematic, because on a day when India's strategic stature was on full global display and when it matters most to put statesmanship first, the opposition chose discord over dignity. Rahul Gandhi leveled a fresh allegation, a supposed, quote, break in tradition, unquote, or protocol over meetings with foreign leaders. He said, and I quote, the tradition is that those who come from abroad have a meeting with the leader of the opposition. This used to happen during Atal Bihari Vajpayee's time, Manmohan Singh's time. But what happens these days is that when foreign dignitaries come and when I go, I'm not allowed to meet them as LOP. This is their policy and they do it all the time because they're insecure. He's talking about the Indian government, viewers. Listen in.
ये सरकार की पॉलिसी है। नॉर्मली ट्रेडिशन होता है कि एलओपी के साथ जो भी बाहर से आते हैं उनकी मीटिंग होती है। ये वाजपेयी जी के टाइम होता था, मनमोहन सिंह जी के टाइम होता था, ये ट्रेडिशन रहा है। बट आजकल क्या होता है कि जो फॉरेन डिग्नेटरीज आते हैं या जब मैं कहीं बाहर जाता हूँ तो सरकार उनको सजेस्ट करती है कि एलओपी से नहीं मिलना चाहिए। तो ये इनकी पॉलिसी है, ये हर बार करते हैं। जब मैं बाहर जाता हूँ ये करते हैं, जब लोग यहाँ आते हैं मैं करता हूँ। हमें मैसेज मिलता है कि हमें बताया गया है कि सरकार हमसे कहती है कि आपसे नहीं मिले। हिंदुस्तान को हम भी रिप्रेजेंट करते हैं, सिर्फ सरकार नहीं रिप्रेजेंट करती है। बट मोदी जी इस नॉर्म को फॉलो नहीं करते हैं, फॉरेन मिनिस्ट्री इस नॉर्म को फॉलो नहीं करती।
क्यों नहीं चाहते सर आपसे?
इनसिक्योरिटी है।
It's insecurity, says Rahul Gandhi. Modi is an insecure prime minister, doesn't want visiting dignitaries to meet the opposition to get a different perspective. Well, viewers, his claim didn't even survive a basic scrutiny. The MEA fact-checked Rahul Gandhi. The MEA says he must understand the norms and the rules. The MEA facilitates meetings for visiting dignitaries only with government officials and institutions. Any other meetings are for foreign delegations to arrange, not the government of India. So, if Mr. Putin has come here, it is for Putin's delegation to opt to meet the LOP or anyone else they want to meet. It is for Rahul Gandhi's team to reach out to Putin's delegation, perhaps in advance, to say, look, I'm seeking an appointment and so on and so forth. In any case, viewers, since 9th June 2024 as LOP, this is just when Rahul assumed charge as LOP, Rahul Gandhi has met Sheikh Hasina, former Prime Minister of Bangladesh, 10th June 2024, also earlier in 2022. Anwar Ibrahim, Prime Minister of Malaysia, 21st August 2024. Naveen Chandra Ramgulam, Prime Minister of Mauritius, 16th September 2025. Christopher Luxon, Prime Minister of New Zealand, 8th March 2025. Pham Chinh, Prime Minister of Vietnam, 1st August 2024. The MES clarification has punctured this provocation, and the facts tell an even sharper story. As leader of opposition, Rahul Gandhi has met multiple visiting dignitaries. So why this needless sour note on India's moment? Let's fundamentally ask this question. Sanjay Jha is here with us. Dr. Anand Ranganathan is here with us. BJP's national spokesperson RP Singh is here with us. Sanjay Jha, over to you. You've seen the facts. You know how this plays out. I think Rahul Gandhi is experienced enough. He's been around long enough. He knows the system. Why is he striking this sour note? Especially when India needs to send out a very clear message of unity.
Rahul, good evening to you and to Anand and Mr. Singh. Let me keep my answer brief. Number one, the reason why it has become a protocol, not just in India, but all over the world, when foreign heads of state or senior dignitaries visit another country, they do meet leaders of the opposition, because everyone is aware that there is an opposition that is different from the ruling party in government. There are elections and governments change. Mostly they do. And at some point they will do in India as well. And this is the reason why they engage with both sides, because there are no permanent winners or losers in politics. Sure. And heads of state like to know what the larger country's interests and issues are. Point number one. Point number two, I think it's important to note this point, that the reason why we should take Rahul Gandhi extremely seriously is because tomorrow there could be a BJP leader of opposition, right? And a leader of opposition in any democracy is deemed to be like a shadow prime minister. It's like a prime minister in waiting. Number three, look at the numbers very carefully, Rahul. The NDA led by Mr. Modi with outside support has 44% of the aggregate votes they got. Rahul is correct in saying that we represent the voice of India. I mean, the 42% people who have voted for the India Alliance MPs represent the voice of this country. So Rahul is basically saying we represent at
Sanjay
42%.
No one has a problem. But there is, you said,
for India's future.
Okay, so very quickly, you said protocol. The protocol suggests a written rule, a documented written rule. There is none. Mm-hmm. In fact, the MEA has pointed out to you. No, 1 second. Then why is Rahul Gandhi, how did he end up meeting people like Sheikh Hasina, Anwar Ibrahim, Naveen Chandra Ramgulam, very, very important strategic partners, viewers, of this country. New Zealand, Vietnam. Vietnam is an important player today, a counterfoil to China. How is he ending up meeting all of them if Modi is so insecure that he doesn't want? So there is a procedure.
No, let me answer you very quickly. It's an important point you raised, Rahul. Let me answer you very quickly. We don't have much time, so I would love to hear what Anand and Mr. Singh have to say. If you look at two issues that have dominated global headlines, right? The Russia-Ukraine war and the entire brutalization of Gaza by Israel. On both, the opposition has differed with this government. We have not supported the way the Indian government has actually literally played footsie with Mr. Putin. So there has
been no state visit of Benjamin Netanyahu to India?
No.
We're comparing apples with oranges. No, the fact is, when people have come in, Rahul Gandhi has met them. So he's fact-checked. His facts are not standing up to scrutiny, sir. That's, well, and let me just bring in Dr. Ranganathan. Okay. This is the problem, viewers. Something that is not defensible, people want to defend. I just don't understand this. The facts tell you that there is no prohibition. That whenever people have come in, Rahul Gandhi's met them. He might have told them whatever he wanted to. Dr. Ranganathan, where do you step in? After that, RP Singh, for the government point of view. Yes, doctor.
Good evening, Rahul. Once again, Congress's lies stand exposed. I'm hearing President Putin is scheduled to visit a childcare center in Delhi tomorrow. So he might indeed meet Rahul Gandhi. No, but seriously, the entire controversy is ridiculous and of Rahul's own making, I'm afraid. Not tired of denigrating India on foreign soil, he now wants to denigrate India in front of foreigners on Indian soil. Personally, left to me, I would allow each and every foreign dignitary to take time out and meet up with Rahul Gandhi. They would then walk away with even more praise for Narendra Modi, realizing what kind of opposition leaders he has to put up with Delhi. Indian democracy would indeed notch up a few higher ranks in that Nordic democracy index. Look, first, dozens of foreign visiting dignitaries have visited and met Rahul Gandhi on their India trips, from presidents and prime ministers of Bangladesh to Malaysia to New Zealand. God knows what he advised them, because soon after they either lost the elections or were deposed. Anyway, he is lying when he says the tradition has been discontinued by Modi. Straight lie. Second, I wouldn't be. But I suppose it is natural for the government to be tired of Rahul Gandhi's lies and fake narratives and propaganda. Rahul's hatred for Modi has actually now transmogrified into hatred for India. When he's on foreign soil, he meets India and Hindu haters like Omar Ilhan or Jeremy Corbyn, who passed a resolution that supported, quote, international intervention in Kashmir and a call for UN-led referendum. He wants the West to intervene and save democracy in India. Besides, what would he tell Putin? That India is a dead economy? Don't invest in India? This when India is the fastest growing large economy, posting highest ever forex, exports, PMI, GST collection and Sensex. What would he tell Putin, Rahul? That Indian elites were profiteering from Russian oil? When the Indian government has directly earned upwards of $3 billion from Reliance as windfall for exporting refined Russian oil? When the people who have profited from this are not elites but ordinary Indians? When India has saved $26 billion over the past 3 years by choosing Russian oil over Saudi oil. Not just because of discounted Russian oil, but also because increasing our procurement of it has lowered oil prices in general, saving us money for the rest of our oil procurement. Without that, our inflation would have risen cumulatively by 1.47% beyond its actual level in those years, helping the poor and the disadvantaged, not the elite. What would he tell Putin? That India did not win Operation Sindoor, that we surrendered? When Indian and Russian arms and ammunition provided an incredible victory to us. Look, bottom line is, Rahul has spared no opportunity to denigrate not just Modi, but also India in front of the world. I don't mind it, because this only exposes him and his deranged, irrational, illogical thinking. But as I said, maybe the government is tired of it. There is also a scheduling problem, Rahul, because most times when foreign dignitaries are visiting India, Rahul is away visiting their country.
Arguably. Well, I do sympathize with you, Dr. Ranganathan, because Rahul Gandhi has forced Dr. Ranganathan to put his mind to the issue on his birthday. So have a great 53rd. Enjoy your evening. But let me just bring in RP Singh. RP Singh, how do you respond to Sanjay Jha? What is your take? I mean, petty-mindedness. Rahul Gandhi has accused you of insecurity. How do you respond to this?
Well, Rahul, is there any rule that every time any foreign dignitary visits that the leader of opposition need to meet? Did they raise any question for Mallikarjun Ji Kharge for that regard? No, he's also leader of the opposition in Rajya Sabha. He's the leader of the opposition party also, Congress party also. Did they ever raise the issue on Adhir Ranjan Da? No, they never raised the issue on Adhir Ranjan Da. He was the leader of the opposition in Lok Sabha. Never ever they raised the issue. But now they have to create an issue. And what will Rahul Gandhi say? Oh, Mr. Putin, you are aggressor. Well, that's the tone he uses, as he uses for the Prime Minister, tu tadak. So is he going to use the same tone? Well, you don't know what tone he is going to use. But as for the protocol and as far the Prime Minister and the ruling party goes, well, after the Operation Sindoor, leader of the oppositions were heading the committees which went worldwide, putting across the Indian point of view. And they put quite a sensible point of view. And leader of the Congress party, including Salman Khurshid and Manish Tiwari and others were there who led the groups. And rather Congress, there was a problem within the Congress party that why are they speaking the language which suits India? Well, why they went and took up the Indian issue with the foreign in the foreign land? One. Secondly, give me another second. How will you take a leader who is being quoted by the Pakistan in UN Assembly? You remember after 370, he said there's a bloodbath in India, Kashmir, and he was exactly quoted by Imran Khan in UN Assembly saying that, oh, Rahul Gandhi is saying so, this is a bloodbath in India. So there's a leader who doesn't go by the harmony. I mean, when you represent India, you represent as an Indian. And when you said India is a union of state, not a country, I mean, what do you expect from a man about whom Obama said, student who is eager to impress but lacks the aptitude to master the subject? I mean, that's what Obama said in
quick one,
book,
Sanjay. I mean, what would Rahul Gandhi tell Mr. Putin, who wants to expand trade with India, wants to invest in the India growth story, that India is a dead economy? Sorry, but look for another market. I mean, what's he going to tell him? In any case, not that it's in the government's hands, but in any case, what would he tell him? Let me put that question.
Rahul, let me tell you one. What Rahul would tell him is not something that I'm here to, I don't know, I can't tell you that. But think about it like this, right? When an Indian Prime Minister visits abroad, take America as an example, you may have a Republican administration or a Democratic administration. To meet the leader of the opposition is almost like a done thing. It's not a big deal.
Sir, the MEA has come out. Why are you obfuscating? The MEA has come out and said the following. Please, let's pay attention to what
Rahul
they've
is
said.
saying there is an attempt to dissuade people to meet
MEA facilitates
His allegation
meetings.
is an attempt to dissuade.
Allow me, sir.
That's a
MEA,
point.
well, you should prove it. MEA facilitates meeting for visiting dignitaries only with government officials and institutions. Any other meetings are for foreign delegations to arrange, not the government of India. That's the standard. And viewers, there are 8 meetings that have been listed by the government since Rahul became LOP. Why would the government that is insecure, as Rahul suggests, dissuades?
Rahul is a very simple answer.
Is Putin some?
It's a very
1 second.
simple
Is Putin? Is Mr. Hang on. Is Mr. Modi jealous that Putin's Putin's attentions might be distracted by the handsome Rahul Gandhi, and therefore, oh my God, I must hang on to Putin, so Putin doesn't stray and doesn't talk and do other stuff. Come on, viewers.
Can I answer you?
We're all grown up people
Rahul Gandhi
here.
is saying, what Rahul Gandhi
I
is
think
saying...
Rahul Gandhi is looking for an excuse.
Can I finish? Rahul Gandhi is saying that a meeting with the leader of opposition should be willy-nilly part of the agenda of the government.
No, I'm sorry. There are certain protocols, there are certain sensitivities, there are certain expectations, and there is a certain norm. Let's follow the norm. The norm is MEA facilitates meetings for visiting dignitaries only with government official institutions. If you go arbitrarily, viewers, you're going to create problems, because one dignitary will come, may not want to meet Rahul Gandhi. Rahul Gandhi will then say, no, I want to meet him. There'll be another diplomatic embarrassment. Who knows, viewers?
Do you think Mr. Putin
everyone has read Obama's book.
That Mr. Putin
No, I'm
is
saying
giving out
maybe
a public
Obama's
message
book
that
has
he
been
doesn't want to
widely
engage
read
the
by a
Congress?
large number of visiting dignitaries, and they think it's a waste of time. Maybe, I don't know. Think about that.
Are you insinuating?
I'll leave it at
Are you
this.
insinuating that
I'll
Mr.
leave it at
Putin
this.
is sending out a
Sanjay
message
Jha,
that he doesn't want
I
to
don't
engage?
know what you're talking about. All I'm saying is maybe these leaders who are coming don't want to spare time. That's why. I'll leave it at this, viewers.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
Conversations, the broad contours of the conversation would have already begun. Yes, they are stepping in together. They are stepping in together. They are going together. There you go. The import of this is important. This looks like the president's vehicle. The president's vehicle in which Prime Minister Narendra Modi is also seated. The president sitting right behind the chauffeur, the driver's side, and Prime Minister sitting to the president's left. And the two leaders are already conversing. The SPG, the Russian security protocol, all of them sitting there. There are pictures that are being taken of the two leaders, and we'll have those pictures also being released in a bit. But Shashankji is with us. This is significant. After Tianjin, the second time the two leaders are traveling in the same vehicle. This is very rare. Shashankji, can you hear me?
I can hear you. So there is a very time constraint is there. They have to discuss. There's so many issues of great importance for bilateral relations and for the global situation as it is evolving, and issues of war and peace, that I think it's important that they should discuss this in the cars in a safe environment and take every opportunity to express their thoughts to each other.
But this is quite rare. This doesn't happen often. Surya Jayanti, Nikita Menkovich with us. Nikita Menkovich, this will be important. The Russians will be watching this. There is a show of fist and then, of course, something symbolic. There is a conversation that's happening. We can see the Prime Minister quite animated. But this is important. President Putin doesn't do this often with many leaders. Nikita.
This meeting is really important for both countries. For a long time, we had been main partners as Soviet Union and India. Now we're coming back to that level of relationship. Of course, for my honor opinion, not the more important what two leaders are showing now, but what they are going to discuss. But the thing with you demonstrate us that nothing spoils this meeting and this dialogue between our two countries. It shows that both Putin and Modi demonstrate confidential and respect for each other. It is a good base for dialogue and for future partnership in economy, in defense, in the military projects. I hope that also IT, science and other fields will be a topic of our dialogue and next.
I'm just going to interrupt you because we're getting pictures from Arun Danta's camera. Arun, you're just at the point where the two leaders are departing in the same car, same vehicle together. So similar to Tianjin, it's a white color vehicle that should come your way any moment now. Arun, talk us through what you see.
That's right, Anand. You can see the convoy, the first car of the convoy is coming out. In fact, this is the protocol car that you see. The gate is open. This is the Palam Technical Airport, and you can see now there's a glittering vehicle. This is
News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
Conversations, the broad contours of the conversation would have already begun. Yes, they are stepping in together. They are stepping in together. They are going together. There you go. The import of this is important. This looks like the president's vehicle. The president's vehicle in which Prime Minister Narendra Modi is also seated. The president sitting right behind the chauffeur, the driver's side, and Prime Minister sitting to the president's left. And the two leaders are already conversing. The SPG, the Russian security protocol, all of them sitting there. There are pictures that are being taken of the two leaders, and we'll have those pictures also being released in a bit. But Shashankji is with us.
Hello, Namaskar. This is First Post and you're watching Vantage with me, Palki Sharma. It's a big night in the Indian capital. Vladimir Putin has just landed for a two-day trip. This is his 10th visit to India as president. We've hosted Putin, the rookie leader, Putin, the reformist president. But this time, we are hosting Putin, the wartime leader. It's a significant moment for both sides. We'll bring you all the updates from the last few hours, also a sneak peek into the logistics of this trip. How does President Putin travel? And what sort of security does he have? Meanwhile, your travel could also be at risk. All thanks to a pilot shortage at Indigo Airlines. We'll tell you what triggered it. Also on the show, what's the next Imran Khan-Asim Munir showdown? Why do Europeans think that Donald Trump is their enemy? Why are the US and the UK halting their probes into Chinese snooping? What is the significance of Navy Day in India's military ecosystem? And what is driving the placement boom at IITs this year? All this and more lined up. The headlines first. Iran kick off naval war games in the Gulf. Its Revolutionary Guards Corps warns US warships in the area. This comes more than 5 months after Tehran's 12-day war with Israel, which drew in American forces. The Gulf and the strategic Strait of Hormuz channel about 20% of the world's oil exports every year. Israel strikes South Lebanon again, claims the target was Hezbollah's military infrastructure. Just a day earlier, Israel and Lebanon held their first direct talks in decades. Beirut says it is committed to disarming Hezbollah, but the group has rejected the idea. Iraq reverses its decision to freeze the assets of Hezbollah and the Houthis. Last month, Baghdad froze the assets of the Iran-backed groups, accusing them of acts of terrorism. Now, Iraq's central bank says it was a mistake. The Prime Minister has ordered an investigation into the quote-unquote error. South Africa says it is prepared to wait out next year's G20 as tensions continue with the United States. This month, Washington took over the year-long presidency from Pretoria. The US had largely boycotted South Africa's tenure. Donald Trump has said that Pretoria will not be invited to the G20 summit in Miami next year. And the European Union hits Meta with an antitrust probe over its AI features on WhatsApp. The bloc is probing whether the Mark Zuckerberg-owned company breached its competition rules. WhatsApp has dismissed the claims as baseless. This is the EU's latest attempt to rein in big tech. Russian President Vladimir Putin is in India. He landed earlier this evening at Delhi's Palam Airport, and Prime Minister Narendra Modi was there to receive him. They left the airport together in the same car. In receiving President Putin personally, Prime Minister Modi broke diplomatic protocol. He's not required to go to the airport, but he did. It's a gesture he reserves for India's closest friends, and it's a theme that will play out repeatedly through this visit. Putin will spend all of 27 hours in India. It's his first trip to India in 4 years, the first one since the war in Ukraine began. The timing could not have been more crucial and the stakes could not have been higher. Putin is visiting India for the 23rd annual India-Russia summit. And India is pulling out all the stops. Prime Minister Modi is hosting the Russian president with full honors. Tonight, both leaders will meet for a private dinner. There were 2 meetings earlier today. The Russian defense and health ministers arrived early and they met their Indian counterparts, the Indian ministers, earlier today. These meetings were to set the agenda for the talks tomorrow, because tomorrow is going to be a packed day with a series of high-level meetings, summit-level talks between Prime Minister Modi and President Putin, an address to top Indian CEOs, and then in the evening a state banquet hosted by the Indian president. This will be at the Rashtrapati Bhavan. As you can imagine, there's a lot on the agenda. Topping the list is trade, including India's purchases of Russian oil. In the last 3 years, it's become a key pillar of the relationship. India is the world's 3rd largest oil consumer, but it was not a major buyer of Russian crude. That changed in 2022. When Russia went to war in Ukraine, Western sanctions made Russian oil cheaper. So India started buying more from Russia. Until recently, 35% of India's oil was coming from Russia. Then came Trump's tariffs and sanctions. The US imposed 50% tariffs on India. This was supposed to be punishment for buying Russian oil. It was a pressure tactic. Then Trump sanctioned Russian oil. And Indian purchases dropped significantly, although they have not stopped completely. Russia would want to change that to get India to buy more oil. And this may lead to a wider conversation on trade. This year, the India-Russia bilateral trade hit a new record. It crossed $68 billion. That's a big number, 68 billion. But it's stacked heavily in Russia's favor. India's exports to Russia are valued at less than 5 billion. Russia's exports to India are worth over $60 billion. That's mostly because of the oil that India buys from Russia. It's a significant gap and it's only growing. India would want to reverse this trend, and this summit is an opportunity to expand trade with Russia. This can also help Indian exporters. They're facing trade barriers in the West. Russia can give them some breathing room and an alternative market. So trade will feature heavily in the talks. The second big ticket item is defense. Russia has been India's top arms supplier for decades. It is still the biggest, but the volumes have shrunk in recent years. Now a new deal could be on the cards. Reports say India is set to lease a Russian submarine, a nuclear-powered sub. You see, older submarines ran on nuclear or electric power. This submarine will have a small reactor on it. It will be nuclear powered. It's like having limitless power. You don't need frequent refueling. So the submarine can remain underwater for a long time. It can conduct deep sea missions for longer periods. Now, Russia and India have been discussing this deal for a long time. Reports say it was finalized just before the visit. India will pay around $2 billion to lease one submarine. Russia is also keen to push more defense deals. This includes fighter jets and missile systems. Putin's visit may expedite things. Apart from this, there's talk of a mobility pact. Russia wants to welcome more Indian workers. It faces a labor shortage. So a pact could allow free movement of skilled as well as semi-skilled workers. Then we come to the war in Ukraine. Will it come up in the talks? Well, it might. Putin has arrived in New Delhi just days after rejecting a new peace proposal. It was being mediated by the Americans. It was being pushed by Donald Trump. But Putin rejected it. Russia believes it has the battlefield advantage. Russian troops are advancing on the ground and the Kremlin sees no urgency to negotiate. Putin may update Prime Minister Modi on the latest round of talks. 2 days ago, he met an American delegation. It was led by Trump's top advisor, Steve Witkoff, and his son-in-law, Jared Kushner. It will be interesting to see India's take on this, because Prime Minister Modi has repeatedly said this is not the era for war, and he had the same message in Tianjin too.
यूक्रेन में चल रहे संघर्ष के विषय में हम लगातार चर्चा करते रहे हैं। हाल में किए गए शांति के सभी प्रयासों का हम स्वागत करते हैं। हम आशा करते हैं कि सभी पक्ष कंस्ट्रक्टिवली आगे बढ़ेंगे, संघर्ष को जल्द से जल्द खत्म करने और स्थायी शांति स्थापित करने का रास्ता खोजना होगा। ये पूरी मानवता की पुकार है।
So with Putin in New Delhi, will the Prime Minister push him to take a peace deal? It's unlikely. India is expected to stick to its same message, resolve the conflict mutually. And beyond policy and deals, this summit, like all summits, is also about the optics, about the signaling. The India-Russia partnership is an old one, but in recent months, it has gained fresh momentum. Prime Minister Modi met President Putin in China. This was just 3 months back. They met in the Chinese port city of Tianjin, where both leaders had gone for the SCO summit. SCO is the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. SCO is a regional bloc focused mostly on security. But the summit went beyond that. It delivered a powerful message. Take a look at this. Prime Minister Modi holding hands with Putin and Xi Jinping, the leaders sharing a joke. Later that day, Prime Minister Modi took a ride in Putin's car. These were powerful images. And they came just days after the US raised tariffs on Indian goods. And today we saw something similar. President Putin arrived. Prime Minister Modi received him. The two leaders rode together in the same car. This is a message to the West that despite their pressure, India exercises strategic autonomy and Russia is far from isolated. On repeated occasions, President Putin has called Prime Minister Modi a dear friend and Russia's relationship with India special.
Dear Prime Minister, dear friend, Russia and India have been maintaining special, friendly, trusting relations for decades, and this is a basis for the development of our relations.
The meeting in Tianjin set the tone. The summit in Delhi hopes to build on it. For Putin, this visit is about showing Russia's strength. For India, it's a demonstration that it still has choices and it won't be boxed in. That welcome on the tarmac said it all. Vladimir Putin is in India. New Delhi has rolled out the red carpet and the world is watching. So Putin has arrived in India, but getting him here was not easy. And I don't mean the politics, I mean the logistics. We are talking about a very secretive world leader. Rumors follow him, mystery surrounds him, and it's no different when he travels. Because there's a lot of security, also a lot of smoke and mirrors. So tonight, let's also look at President Putin's travel entourage. What is he bringing from Russia? Let's start with a plane. Putin travels in this flying fortress, the Ilyushin IL-96-300. His plane is designated as the 300 PU, where PU is Russian for command post. This aircraft first flew in 1988. It officially entered service in the 1990s. The plane is around 55 meters in length. It has a wingspan of more than 60 meters. The aircraft is powered by 4 turbofan engines. It can fly 11,000 kilometers non-stop, meaning it's perfect for long travel. Inside, it's a mix of luxury and lethality. You have fully encrypted communication systems, you have radar, jammers and missile defenses, and you have a backup nuclear command center. It's basically a flying Kremlin. Putin can run the country from inside this plane. At the same time, it's luxurious, a private presidential suite, gold-plated fittings, neoclassical furnishings, and premium leather seats. Like I said, luxury and lethality. Putin's plane stands out among other world leaders. Most of them use Boeing or Airbus jets, but Putin's plane is entirely Russian-made. And in the belly of that plane is Putin's car. I'm sure you've guessed it by now, it is not a normal car. Putin used to travel in a Mercedes Pullman. But recently he switched to one of these, the Aura Senat. It is 7 meters long and it weighs several tons. Many people call it a Russian Rolls-Royce. Again, look at the specs. The Senat has a 4.4-liter V8 engine. It produces around 600 horsepower and it goes from 0 to 100 in 6 seconds. Only 120 units are produced every year in Russia, and Putin's version, of course, is special. It can repel bullets and grenades. It comes with independent oxygen supply. It can suppress fires. And it's got a mini command center inside. Basically, it's a fortress on wheels. This vehicle has become a feature of Putin's power play. Last year, he gifted one to Kim Jong-un. This year, he took Prime Minister Modi on a ride at the SCO summit. Just like the plane, the car is all Russian. It is part of the president's political messaging. He wants to cut off Western dependence. So we've covered the plane and the car. Now let's look at the security. Putin is one of the most guarded leaders in the world. His security is handled by the FSO, the Federal Protective Service. Think of them as Russia's secret service. They visit locations in advance, they conduct security sweeps, they vet people and protocols, and only then will President Putin arrive. His personal guards have a strict recruitment process. You must be under 35 years of age, you must be 180 centimeters tall, and you must be combat ready. Now, most of the security is understandable. Russia is the largest nuclear power in the world. Right now, it's a country at war, and Putin runs a very tight ship. So this intricate security makes sense. But now things get a bit weird. Putin travels with his own chef and food lab. All of his food is tasted by a presidential bodyguard. Only then will President Putin eat it. And that's not all. Reports say the Russian team also carries a poop suitcase. It's exactly what it sounds like. The Russian team collects Putin's fecal waste. They take it back with them to Russia. This strange protocol has been reported in Alaska, France, Austria, and Saudi Arabia. Officially, there is no word on it. And the obvious question is why? Why would they do it? Apparently, Russia fears that someone will test the fecal waste, and if they test it, they could access Putin's health information. So to prevent that, Russia takes back the waste. Beyond this, you have the usual rumors and allegations that Putin has body doubles, that a fake Putin travels with a real one. Now, all of that is just unconfirmed speculation. Having said that, you can't deny the scale of this operation, the protection, the paranoia, and the protocol. It is unmatched.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
Conversations, the broad contours of the conversation would have already begun. Yes, they are stepping in together. They are stepping in together. They are going together. There you go. The import of this is important. This looks like the president's vehicle. The president's vehicle in which Prime Minister Narendra Modi is also seated. The president sitting right behind the chauffeur, the driver's side, and Prime Minister sitting to the president's left. And the two leaders are already conversing. The SPG, the Russian security protocol, all of them sitting there. There are pictures that are being taken of the two leaders, and we'll have those pictures also being released in a bit. But Shashankji is with us. This is significant. After Tianjin, the second time the two leaders are traveling in the same vehicle. This is very rare. Shashankji, can you hear me?
I can hear you. So there is a very time constraint is there. They have to discuss. There's so many issues of great importance for bilateral relations and for the global situation as it is evolving, and issues of war and peace, that I think it's important that they should discuss this in the cars in a safe environment and take every opportunity to express their thoughts to each other.
But this is quite rare. This doesn't happen often. Surya Jayanti, Nikita Menkovich with us. Nikita Menkovich, this will be important. The Russians will be watching this. There is a show of fist, and then, of course, something symbolic. There's a conversation that's happening. We can see the Prime Minister quite animated. But this is important. President Putin doesn't do this often with many leaders. Nikita.
This meeting is really important for both countries. For a long time, we had been main partners as Soviet Union and India. Now we're coming back to that level of relationship. Of course, for my honor opinion, not the more important what two leaders are showing now, but what they are going to discuss. But the thing with you demonstrate us that nothing spoils this meeting and this dialogue between our two countries. It shows that both Putin and Modi demonstrate confidential and respect for each other. It is a good base for dialogue and for future partnership in economy, in defense, in the military projects. I hope that also IT, science, and other fields will be a topic of our dialogue and next.
I'm just going to interrupt you because we're getting pictures from Arun Dhanta's camera. Arun, you're just at the point where the two leaders are departing in the same car, same vehicle together. So similar to Tianjin, it's a white color vehicle that should come your way any moment now. Arun, talk us through what you see.
That's right, Anand. You can see the convoy, the first car of the convoy is coming out. In fact, this is the protocol car that you see. The gate is open. This is the Palam Technical Airport, and you can see now there's a glittering vehicle. This is
News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
Conversations, the broad contours of the conversation would have already begun. Yes, they are stepping in together. They are stepping in together. They are going together. There you go. The import of this is important. This looks like the president's vehicle. The president's vehicle in which Prime Minister Narendra Modi is also seated. The president sitting right behind the chauffeur, the driver's side, and Prime Minister sitting to the president's left. And the two leaders are already conversing. The SPG, the Russian security protocol, all of them sitting there. There are pictures that are being taken of the two leaders, and we'll have those pictures.
If you're flying in India right now, let's take a moment of silence, a prayer, a hope, a wish, anything. Because your flight may or may not take off. It may be delayed, it may be cancelled. And even if you do take off, you have no idea when you will land. And your luggage, well, it may not reach the destination, because right now, air travel in India is like a casino. You walk in, you place your bet, and the house always wins. But why has it come to this? What is causing this national airport meltdown? The answer, or at least a big part of it, can be summed up in one name: Indigo. It's an aviation giant in India, and it is in turbulence. Some of its flights have been delayed by 8, 10, even 12 hours. Others never took off. In the last 48 hours, nearly 300 flights have been cancelled, 300 cancellations. Passengers were stranded on airports. You can see the pictures on your screens. It looks like there's a sudden sale announcement at the airport. The passengers were obviously frustrated. Many spent the night at the airport. It was utter chaos. But what led to this? Indigo has blamed it on almost everything. They're calling it a multitude of unforeseen challenges. Minor tech glitches, winter schedule adjustments, bad weather, airport congestion, and most importantly, the new rules for pilots. These are FDTL rules, Flight Duty Time Limitation Rules, FDTL. These rules are meant to make flying safer, but they seem to have grounded India's largest airline. Let me explain how. Think of the FDTL rules as a sleep schedule for pilots. Now they're supposed to sleep longer because India's aviation regulator has changed the rules. That's the DGCA, the Directorate General of Civil Aviation. It's the national watchdog. It has made some key changes. Weekly rest has been increased from 36 hours to 48 hours for a pilot. A pilot must be off work for at least 48 hours in a week. Night hours have been extended by 60 minutes. Night landings have been capped at 2 per week. Earlier there were 6. 6 were allowed. And pilot duty hours have been cut significantly. Basically, more rest and less flying for the pilots. And this has been done in the interest of safety. It sounds like a fair move, unless you're an airline running with a lean workforce and high overnight operations. Then these rules become a problem for you. And Indigo has been the worst hit. 3 reasons why they're the worst hit. First is their scale. Indigo runs more than 2,200 flights in a day. Air India runs around half that number. So even a 10% cancellation for Indigo would mean 220 flights cancelled. When Indigo sneezes, the entire aviation industry catches a cold. That is reason number one. Reason two, strategy. Indigo is the king of red-eye flights, late-night, high-frequency operations. The goal is to squeeze every last rupee of each aircraft. But the new rules do not allow that. Reason three, staffing. Pilot associations say Indigo knew about this, but they did nothing. They froze hiring. They underestimated the impact, they maintained lean staffing, did not prep for the new rules, and even cut pilot leave quotas. The result is this wide disruption that we see. Indigo is known for its punctuality, but on Wednesday, its on-time performance dropped to 19.7%. At one point, only 1 in 5 flights took off on time. So what is India's aviation regulator doing about it? How are they going to fix this? Well, they summoned Indigo today. They asked the airline to submit a mitigation plan. And where does that leave the passengers? Because they are not exactly spoiled for choice. The Indian skies are ruled by 2 airlines, Indigo and Air India. Between them, they control over 85% of the air traffic. It's a classic duopoly, and that means when one airline collapses, the entire system collapses. Passengers have nowhere else to go. Fares of other carriers shoot up. The fact is, Air India cannot absorb the spillover because of its own fleet issues. Smaller players cannot scale overnight. So when the biggest pillar falls, the whole system crumbles. Indigo says it needs 48 hours to stabilize. The airline is cutting schedules, cancelling flights proactively, reworking crew rosters, adjusting night operations, and trying to rebuild buffer positions. Airports will remain messy for another couple of days. So what should you do as a passenger? Well, first of all, keep checking your flight status. Arrive early because the queues are long. Carry snacks, medication, and chargers. Pick refundable tickets. Avoid tight connections. Monitor Indigo's social handles, and obviously prepare for delays. And I hope the policymakers are watching this. Because this is not just about one airline having a bad week. This is a wake-up call for India's aviation system. The industry has grown fast, but infrastructure, workforce, and regulation have not kept pace. So maybe this chaos is a sign that India's skies need more capacity, more competition, and more preparedness. Some countries worry about inflation, some worry about elections, some worry about technological growth, but Pakistan wakes up wondering where its prime minister is. Do you know why? Because he has to sign off power to the country's army chief, Asim Munir. Pakistan's so-called field marshal, supreme commander in waiting. He's waiting for a signature of Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif. But Sharif has disappeared like the hero's twin in a Pakistani soap opera. Let me tell you what happened. November 29th was supposed to be a special day for Asim Munir. He was supposed to slide into his new chair, the chair of the Chief of Defence Forces, CDF. It's a newly created mega post for him to lead the Army, the Navy and the Air Force. It makes Asim Munir the supreme commander. It was his bid to consolidate power to become the most powerful man in the country. The Pakistani parliament passed a constitutional amendment to this effect. The military had cleared the decks. Even the chairs in Rawalpindi were rearranged. All that was left was Shehbaz Sharif's signature. Just one signature. But it never came. It was supposed to come on the 29th of November. It's the 4th of December today. And Sharif's sign is still pending. Again, the question is why? Where is Shehbaz Sharif? Reports say he has left the country. I must add here that we cannot verify these reports. Most observers believe that Shehbaz Sharif is in hiding because he does not want to hand over power to Munir. And it makes sense Because Munir is already very powerful and the Prime Minister is already a ceremonial puppet, maybe Shehbaz Sharif has finally realized that he doesn't like his strings. So he does not want to cede more power, more space. And as this drama unfolds, we have a surprise entry. Imran Khan, the former Prime Minister of Pakistan, currently in jail and until recently the subject of intense speculation. Was he dead or alive, they asked. Let us see proof of life, they protested. The jail authorities finally complied. Imran Khan was indeed alive and now he's suddenly very vocal. He's relaying messages on social media. Imran Khan has called Asim Munir mentally unstable. He said Munir is trying to impress the West and in doing so he has broken Pakistan and ruined the law. Imran Khan says Asim Munir was responsible for igniting tensions with Afghanistan. That's a lot of accusations in one post. But if you know their history, you won't be surprised. There's no love lost between Khan and Munir. They've been at loggerheads for a while, although this post does not address the main issue, Asim Munir becoming the CDF. It would give him total control over all three defense services, immunity from prosecution, influence over promotions, and of course access to the nuclear command. Basically, the army chief would be like a president in uniform minus a coup. If Shehbaz Sharif signs it, he will be Munir's personal paperweight. If he doesn't sign it, he risks Munir's fury. And what does a weak Pakistani civilian leader fear more, being irrelevant or being overthrown? It's quite the dilemma, which is why Shehbaz Sharif has just left the chat. And it's a plot that we've seen before. Every decade, Pakistan picks up the same storyline. A civilian leader tries to act brave, only for the army to put them back in their place. There's a crisis, someone disappears, someone gets jailed, the military gets stronger, the republic or whatever is left of it gets weaker. So is Asim Munir's coup on hold? Well, it may be for now. But how long will the military wait? How long and how far can Shehbaz Sharif run? The clock is ticking. Pakistan is watching, but the army does not seem too worried. It's almost like an OTT platform releasing a season in 2 parts. The world is not holding its breath to see how it ends because no matter what they do, we all know the ending. Our next story takes us to Europe. It's an anxious continent. There's a war going on its border. There's a peace plan it cannot influence. And there's a president in America it does not trust. A new survey is out. It features 9 European countries and it finds that Europeans see an enemy in Donald Trump. Nearly half of them think of the US president as an enemy of Europe. The average is 48%. Of course, in some countries, the number is higher. Our next report tells you why.
Europe is unsettled by a combination of political shocks arriving at the same time. A war on its doorstep, a peace plan it cannot shape, and the United States led by a president many Europeans no longer trust.
Thank you very much.
A new survey captures this mood clearly. It spans 9 European countries and it delivers one headline. Nearly half of Europeans now see US President Donald Trump as an enemy of Europe. That number stands at 48% on average. It climbs to 62% in Belgium and 57% in France. It's 53% in Spain, 50% in Italy, and 46% in Germany. But it's much lower in Croatia and Poland. Yet the pattern is continental. The share of people reportedly calling Trump neutral has fallen, and the share calling him hostile has grown. This distrust doesn't exist in a vacuum. Europe is living through a period of heightened insecurity. The war in Ukraine has redrawn its defense landscape. Leaders warn the threat from Moscow is persistent, and the public agrees. Many believe the risk of conflict involving Europe is real. Many reportedly fear their countries could not defend themselves alone. Most now look to the European Union for protection. They want the bloc to play a larger security role, and they describe the continent as vulnerable in ways rarely seen since the Cold War. These fears are compounded by events unfolding around the Ukraine peace push. European governments worry that any deal shaped in Washington and Moscow may overlook their interests. Trump's envoys have met Ukrainian officials without any European representation. They've also met Vladimir Putin while Europe watches from the sidelines. Analysts say many on the continent now expect an uncomfortable settlement, one that could leave Russia holding more Ukrainian territory, and one that could weaken Europe's security position. The distrust shown in the survey reflects this anxiety, but look at the timing. This concern is growing just as Trump faces pressure at home. Trump's net approval ratings have reportedly dropped to a second-term low. In November, one poll put his approval rating at just 38%. It's his lowest level since returning to office. Americans cite rising living costs as a reason. They've also cited frustration over the release of the Epstein files as another reason. But Trump's dipping popularity in Europe is because most of them see him as a US president who's a potential risk rather than a partner, and a war that still has no clear end. The survey does not just measure attitudes about Trump, it captures a continent that feels vulnerable, a continent watching the United States closely, and a continent unsure whether the next decisions taken in Washington will make it safer or leave it more exposed.
Our next story is about China, about their spies and hacking, and about the response of the West, because something unusual is happening here. For years, Western governments warned their people about Chinese espionage. They called it a threat. They issued alerts. They spoke about hacking campaigns and data theft. But the same governments now refuse to act against China. Let me show you a new report. It says the US has halted plans to sanction China's spy agency. It's called the Ministry of State Security. It is Beijing's most powerful intelligence arm, and the US was planning to sanction it because of a massive hacking operation. A campaign called Salt Typhoon. It breached telecom networks, it penetrated a US National Guard system, and it accessed unencrypted communications of senior American officials. In simple words, the US said China was spying on American systems, and they were doing so at a very large scale. Beijing, of course, denied those accusations, and the US has now decided to stop the sanctions. The question is why? And the short answer is politics and economics. The Americans do not want to fight with the Chinese. They've just agreed to a trade truce. When Trump met Xi in South Korea, this was in the month of October, they met and they agreed to a truce. As part of this deal, the US did pause its 100% tariffs on China. And China agreed to export rare earth minerals. These minerals are crucial for modern life. They make electric vehicles, wind turbines, computers, defense technology. China is their biggest supplier, and the US relies on China for these minerals. They want to keep getting them. They do not want to rock the boat with sanctions on Chinese spies. That's one reason. And then there's another factor. President Trump wants to visit China in April next year. He does not want a fight with Beijing before that. So Washington has decided against the sanctions despite the spying. And they're not the only ones going soft on China. The United Kingdom is doing the same. London has called China a quote-unquote security threat. It says Chinese spies target the UK prolifically and aggressively, and that China collects huge amounts of data. But what did the UK do about it? Well, they had a high-profile spy case which collapsed. 2 men were accused of spying for Beijing, but the case against them was dropped because there was not enough evidence. The prosecutors could not prove that China was a threat. A parliamentary committee investigated the collapse of the case. They called the process shambolic, but they found no political interference. What does that tell you? On paper, they call China a security threat, but in practice, they do little to address it. Meanwhile, their government is trying to reset the relationship with China. Listen to what UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer said.
A country that poses real national security threats to the United Kingdom. With all that in mind, the absence of engagement is just staggering. A dereliction of duty, because it means that, unlike our allies, we have not been standing up for our interests. Well, no more. It's time for a serious approach, to reject the simplistic binary choice.
So this is the balancing act. Call out the threat, but push for the engagement. Because economic ties are quote-unquote in the national interest. Across Europe, countries are resetting their China policy. Look at France. Their president, Emmanuel Macron, is in China right now. The focus is on trade, market access and economic stability. The European Union still calls China a quote-unquote systemic rival, but it also sees China as a crucial economic partner. So Europe too is walking the same tightrope. Engage with China, but continue warning about espionage. And that brings us to the bigger story tonight, the China paradox. The West says China is a security risk, but they won't cut the cord. They're still dependent on Beijing for trade, investment, critical minerals and the global supply chains. In a difficult economy, they rely on China for their own growth. It's a classic disastrous failure, a failure to learn from history. For years, Europe called Russia a threat, but they kept their addiction to Russian energy. The severing of that cord was agonizing and long drawn. And now they know that the dragon breathes fire, but they still hope to befriend it.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
Conversations, the broad contours of the conversation would have already begun. Yes, they are stepping in together. They are stepping in together. They are going together. There you go. The import of this is important. This looks like the president's vehicle. The president's vehicle in which Prime Minister Narendra Modi is also seated. The president sitting right behind the chauffeur, the driver's side, and Prime Minister sitting to the president's left. And the two leaders are already conversing. The SPG, the Russian security protocol, all of them sitting there. There are pictures that are being taken of the two leaders, and we'll have those pictures also being released in a bit. But Shashankji is with us. This is significant. After Tianjin, the second time the two leaders are traveling in the same vehicle. This is very rare. Shashankji, can you hear me?
I can hear you. So there is a very time constraint is there. They have to discuss. There's so many issues of great importance for bilateral relations and for the global situation as it is evolving, and issues of war and peace, that I think it's important that they should discuss this in the cars in a safe environment and take every opportunity to express their thoughts to each other.
But this is quite rare. This doesn't happen often. Surya Jayanti, Nikita Menkovich with us. Nikita Menkovich, this will be important. The Russians will be watching this. There is a show of fist and then, of course, something symbolic. There is a conversation that's happening. We can see the Prime Minister quite animated. But this is important. President Putin doesn't do this often with many leaders. Nikita.
This meeting is really important for both countries. For a long time, we had been main partners as Soviet Union and India. Now we're coming back to that level of relationship. Of course, for my honor opinion, not the more important what two leaders are showing now, but what they are going to discuss. But the thing with you demonstrate us that nothing spoils this meeting and this dialogue between our two countries. It shows that both Putin and Modi demonstrate confidential and respect for each other. It is a good base for dialogue and for future partnership in economy, in defense, and military projects. I hope that also IT, science, and other fields will be a topic of our dialogue and next.
I'm just going to interrupt you because we're getting pictures from Arun Danta's camera. Arun, you're just at the point where the two leaders are departing in the same car, same vehicle together. So similar to Tianjin, it's a white color vehicle that should come your way any moment now. Arun, talk us through what you see.
That's right, Anand. You can see the convoy, the first car of the convoy is coming out. In fact, this is the protocol car that you see. The gate is open. This is the Palam Technical Airport, and you can see now there's a glittering vehicle. This is
News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
Conversations, the broad contours of the conversation would have already begun. Yes, they are stepping in together. They are stepping in together. They are going together. There you go. The import of this is important. This looks like the president's vehicle. The president's vehicle in which Prime Minister Narendra Modi is also seated. The president sitting right behind the chauffeur, the driver's side, and Prime Minister sitting to the president's left. And the two leaders are already conversing. The SPG, the Russian security protocol, all of them sitting there. There are pictures that are being taken of the two leaders, and we'll have those pictures also being released in a bit. But Shashankji is with us. This is significant. After Tianjin, the second time the two leaders are traveling in the same vehicle. This is very rare. Shashankji, can you hear me?
I can hear you. So there is a very time constraint is there. They have to discuss. There's so many issues of great importance for bilateral relations and for the global situation as it is evolving, and issues of war and peace, that I think it's important that they should discuss this in the cars in a safe environment and take every opportunity to express their thoughts to each other.
But this is quite rare. This doesn't happen often. Surya Jayanti, Nikita Menkovich with us. Nikita Menkovich, this will be important. The Russians will be watching this. There is a show of fist and then, of course, something symbolic. There is a conversation that's happening. We can see the Prime Minister quite animated. But this is important. President Putin doesn't do this often with many leaders. Nikita.
This meeting is really important for both countries. For a long time, we had been main partners as Soviet Union and India. Now we're coming back to that level of relationship. Of course, for my honor opinion, not the more important what two leaders are showing now, but what they are going to discuss. But the thing with you demonstrate us that nothing spoils this meeting and this dialogue between our two countries. It shows that both Putin and Modi demonstrate confidential and respect for each other. It is a good base for dialogue and for future partnership in economy, in defense, and military projects. I hope that also IT, science.
It is December, and that means one thing on campus: the placement season is underway. This year, it has started with a bang. The IITs are once again in the spotlight. An IIT is an Indian Institute of Technology. These are India's premier institutions for engineering students, and recruitment numbers here are breaking records. IIT Kanpur is making headlines. It saw the highest number of offers made on day one of campus recruitment. Global firms are making a comeback, and startups are hiring in bigger numbers. Even core engineering roles are seeing a revival, and that's perhaps the biggest takeaway. After a year of tech layoffs and AI-induced anxiety, top talent is still finding placement. They remain in demand. The jobs have not disappeared, they have just evolved. Here's a report.
It's that time of the year when job offers roll in and the IITs dominate headlines. But this year, the story is different. The placement season hasn't just started well, it's off to a record-breaking start. At IIT Kanpur, the numbers speak for themselves. On day one alone, 672 offers were made. That's the highest ever opening tally for the campus, and a 16% jump from last year. For a student body preparing for job uncertainty, this is a big morale boost. Offers are also coming in early. By the end of the first day, over 500 students had been placed. That includes roles across software, analytics, consulting, and core engineering. And many of them were picked up by global giants. Big brands recruiting on campus: Airbus, SAP, HSBC, BlackRock, Qualcomm, and Accenture. Together, more than 250 companies have already participated at IIT Kanpur, and that number is set to rise. PPOs, or pre-placement offers, have seen a sharp jump. This year, IIT Kanpur recorded 253 PPOs. That's a 27% rise from last year. The reason? Internships are translating into full-time jobs. Firms are hiring students they've already trained. It's saving time and reducing hiring risk. Meanwhile, at IIT Bombay, another headline named Da Vinci made an offer worth 1.48 crore rupees. That's roughly $160,000. This is one of the highest salary packages this year. It's not just one-off either. More high-paying roles are emerging in AI, data science, and quant research. So what roles are in demand? The data is clear. Software and core developer roles are leading. Artificial intelligence and machine learning are big draws. UI, UX, and design roles are less visible this year. Companies want coders, people who can work with data and build with new technology. International placements have also started early. 9 global offers have already been confirmed at IIT Kanpur. More are expected in Phase 2. Students say it's not just about the pay, it's about the kind of work on offer and the confidence that comes with being industry-ready. This placement season is also different because of the context. Over the last year, headlines have been dominated by layoffs, especially in tech, and fears around AI replacing jobs. But the early signs from IITs are reassuring. Demand for top-tier talent still exists, and companies are willing to pay for it. Startups are also hiring again. In 2023, many were cautious. This year, they're back in larger numbers. Core companies are also increasing their hiring. That's helping diversify job profiles. So it's not just software anymore. Mechanical, electrical, and civil engineering graduates are also in demand. The placement season has just begun, but the tone is already set. If this momentum continues, IITs across the country will see strong recruitment. For India's engineering graduates, This is a sign of hope, that the job market is shifting, not shrinking, that there's space for AI-ready talent, and that with the right skills, young professionals can still shape their own future.
Vladimir Putin's trip to India has triggered many questions like, will India buy more Russian weapons? How will Western countries react? How will China see it? Well, these are all serious political questions, and we will answer them tomorrow. But today is all about the vibe. It's a very joyous vibe in the national capital, and that has spilled over to social media. Take a look at this. Now it's time for Vantage Shots, images that tell the story. A NASA rover records electrical sparks and sonic booms on Mars. The Rockefeller Center Christmas tree lights up New York for the holiday season, and a Venezuelan zoo celebrates the birth of a pair of white lions. Finally, we are taking you back in history. On this day in the year 2000, Russian President Putin was in India for a 4-day state visit. He met with then Indian Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee. It was his first visit to India as president. We're leaving you on that note. Thank you for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.
In this case,
Hello and welcome to the late night edition with me, Ayushman Singh Jamwal. Our focus remains on the power play between India and Russia as Russian President Vladimir Putin is in the country for his two-day state visit. Prime Minister Narendra Modi set aside protocol to receive the Russian leader at the Palam airport. The two leaders shook hands, shared a warm hug and exchanged greetings. They travelled in the same car to 7 Lok Kalyan Marg, where they had a private dinner and closed-door dialogue. The meeting has now ended, which lasted close to 3 hours. Vladimir Putin is now at ITC Moria, and tomorrow is going to be a power-packed day as India and Russia expand their strategic paradigm to expand not just defense ties, but also look at other avenues like trade as well as the civil nuclear sector. I'm joined by my colleague Siddhant Mishra, who's been tracking all the developments when it comes to this power play between India and Russia. So Siddhant, high on optics was day one. What are we in store for when it comes to day two?
Well, there are many more surprises, Ayushman, likely on the cards tomorrow. In fact, today it was very unexpected for the Prime Minister Modi to be going to the airport to receive President Putin by breaking the protocol, and then President Putin sitting in Prime Minister Modi's one of the security cars from his convoy, and both leaders arriving at 7 km for the private meeting. The meeting lasted for about 3 hours, and a short while back we got to know that the meeting has finally ended and President Putin is back to his hotel. Now, this particular gesture of Prime Minister Modi to invite President Putin to his official residence for a private talk is very rare. This has only been extended to 3 other leaders in the past by Prime Minister Modi. So it talks about the personal bond only, at the same time the kind of importance Prime Minister Modi attaches to this relationship. In fact, when Prime Minister Modi was in Moscow, he was also hosted by President Putin at his private mansion. At that time, meeting lasted for 2.5 hours. Today it lasted for 3 hours. Now nobody knows what the leaders actually discussed, because it was only him and Prime Minister Modi and President Putin along with the interpreters. Tomorrow there's going to be the delegation level talk. First, President Putin will be given ceremonial welcome at the Rashtrapati Bhavan, followed by his visit to Rajghat, delegation level talks. Then he will also be addressing India-Russia Business Forum, and then a banquet at Rashtrapati Bhavan. So it's definitely going to be an action-packed visit of President Putin tomorrow. And this gesture of Prime Minister Modi perhaps is already dominating the headlines, not just in India but worldwide. At a time when countries are perhaps trying to isolate Russia, the European world, etc. India embraces Russia. India welcomes a Russian president. Right. So it's a big message, and it's a big win for the Russian leadership as well.
Right. Thank you, Siddhant, for decoding that for us. Let's take this further with our guest. I'm joined by Deepak Vora, former diplomat, who's joining us on the broadcast, and Major General A.K. Sehwag, defense expert. Thank you, Mr. Vora, as well as General Sehwag, for joining us on the broadcast. Ambassador Vora, I'll come to you first. I've been talking to a lot of foreign experts, especially from the West. They were giving us the impression that we are overstating the importance of this visit, also questioning India about having this level of a dialogue as well as this level of an engagement with a nation that's waging war on another democracy, which is Ukraine.
Well, thank you very much. Always a pleasure to be on your channel, sir. I learned so much from you, son. You are outstanding. And of course, you have General Sehwag, who's brilliant. All right, so what's he doing here? Why is the West upset? Ask them to go have some rice and dal if they are upset. You think India really cares? I just heard your report that it was unexpected that Prime Minister Narendra Modi would go to the airport. So those of us who worked with him or know him, it was quite expected that he would go. And he breaks protocol when he wants to. And that is his strength. And then that warm bear hug. And I know what they said to each other. And then they went off to Lok Kalyan Marg, where they discussed everything. Now, you tell us what is happening. General Sehwag will tell us how it is happening. We'll tell you why it is happening. Why has he come here? What does he want from us? He's buying very little from us. We were going, whether he had come or not, we would have gone ahead with the deals on the Sukhoi 57 and the S-400, 500. He didn't have to come to sell that. All this is, it's nice thing to say. Oh, he's coming here to sell this. He's already sold it, I say. All the agreements have been reached already. Ambassadors like me have been working on it for weeks. Ki ye becho, kharido, etc., etc. He has come here, and as I see it, number one, he's cocking a snook at the West. You guys think you can isolate me? You guys think that you can abuse me and curse me? Brother, I have one of the four superpowers of the world. That includes the Russia, the United States, China, and India. I have one of them solidly on my side and the largest democracy in the world. So you guys can go and eat whatever you want. India is my buddy. And Prime Minister Modi also pulled out all the stops. I want to ask these European chaps who are criticizing us for hosting Putin. Have these guys heard of a country called Jihadistan? I think you call it Pakistan or something like that. Every time their leader runs off there or a self-styled fool marshal runs off, they roll out the red carpet. Hey, do you know what these guys are doing in Balochistan, here, there and everywhere? Why do you welcome them? Why do you welcome all the fellows who have escaped from India with money, etc.? No, sir. These are not even double standards. These are triple standards. First is for their own people to say, yeah, we are fighting Putin. What are you fighting Putin for? Sir, let me just conclude. I'm sorry I'm taking a bit long because, Russia is very close to my heart. Let me just put it like this. Somebody once asked Putin at a press conference, I speak the language, Mr. President, are you hungry for territory? He said, guys, you're sitting in Moscow. I came from Vladivostok, which is the eastern extremity. It took me 7 hours in a superfast jet to reach here. His country is 7 times the size of India, has a population of 15 crores. You think he's hungry for territory? The West is terrified of the resurgence of Russia, just as, sir, they are terrified about the resurgence of India.
Absolutely.
They do anything they can. So the British ambassador and the French chap and the German chap, they write all kinds of articles and their chamchas repeat that, oh, why has he come? He has come because India needs certain things from him. He needs certain things from India. But both of us are telling the world our relationship with Russia, India and Russia, stands on its own. You guys can beat your chest, jump off the roof, do what you want. We will do what is in our best interest.
Right. And Russia's always been that all-weather friend. It's always had India's back while the West didn't. And it only makes sense that India will only expand these ties as it aims to expand its own strategic influence on the global stage, as well as the India First agenda, both back at home and internationally. And General Sivach, do you think that is the feeling coming in from the West? Looking at India's response to Pakistan in the wake of Pahalgam, Operation Sindoor, the way we were able to punish Pakistan, India is only expanding its strategic clout on the global stage, and Russia is central to that, which is why we're seeing these negative vibes pretty much coming in from the Western powers. Is that a matter of fact?
Yeah, no doubt. Anshuman, 2-3 issues are very important. One is, no denying the fact that Russia was isolated and they were feeling great that Russia was taken into a corner, because who were their friend? China, Iran and North Korea. See, they have no reliability factor in the world. But the moment Putin is meeting Prime Minister Modi, the largest democracy of the world, everything changes. It means that Putin and Russia is no more isolated. He comes in the mainstream. This is a message which has gone around the world. The meeting between Putin and Modi has been watched throughout the world, and it has changed the complete landscape. Now, the second issue, as far as India is concerned, why it is important for us? It is important for us is that we have been put 50% tariff by US, and we still did not change our footprints. Right. We are strategic autonomy. We say that we are friend with everyone, but we will do anything and everything on the national interest. If the energy, gas, oil is cheaper in Russia, we will buy from there. And we continue buying in spite of 50% tariff there. And we continue buying the best of the weapons which are there from Russia. Remember 3 things which we are buying. They are game changer. This S-400 which has shown its might in Operation Sindoor. Yeah. Then we need another 3 regiment of that. Then upgradation version S-500 we are talking. And what is Russia saying? We will not only co-produce it, but we'll manufacture in India itself and complete transfer of technology. We are talking about Su-57, fifth generation aircraft, which is required by India badly. You know, there are only 3 countries which produce the fifth generation stealth aircraft. One is the US, which is F-35, Russia, Su-57, and China is J-20 and J-35, which is not been proved to be fifth generation.
Right.
So the choice is between F-35 and Su-57, but Su-57 is far cheaper than transfer of complete technology, and also given a source code to us, and it will be manufactured in India itself. So it's a win-win situation. The relationship between India and Russia are time tested. They are reliable, and they have been for the time of the test for last 75 years. So today, a friend in need is a friend indeed. So the relationship between Russia and India is of that strategic partnership, which is especially privileged. That is a very important thing which is there. And another issue is we have told to the world that we are not going to be dictated by what terms you are giving us. We enjoy a strategic economy. It is a multipolar world, and India is going to have a multilateral relation, not confined to West only.
Right. And Ambassador Vora, I'll give you the final word. So is that the paradigm that India finds itself in, given the fracturing of Western leadership on the global stage, expanding our strategic clout in this multipolar world? This is the time, and Prime Minister Modi's leadership has come in at exactly the right time to propel India forward.
You know, this term multipolar, I sort of don't use it. I prefer a non-polar world. How many poles will you build? You don't need too many poles to sustain our planet. So it's a non-polar world. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has showed the world. He's told McDonald Trump and his ilk, look guys, if you want to mess around with me, I have a reliable friend in Moscow. And the Russians have said, as General Sebat put it so brilliantly, I don't only depend on China and on Iran and on North Korea, I also have the world's largest democracy. So both of us have something to gain from this. The West has a lot to lose from this visit. Let them lick their wounds, sir. India doesn't care. This is Bharat, and this is a strong Bharat. And finally, these two guys are very strongly. Let me, by the way, conclude if you give me another 30 seconds.
Right,
the national animal of, sorry, do I have the time or shall I stop?
Go ahead.
Okay, the national animal of Russia is the bear, the brown bear. It has too many of them, and it's the And I was telling the Russian ambassador when we were chatting, I said, listen, you have the bear as your national animal, plays a great role in your history. We also have a bear in our epics called Jamwant, who told Lord Hanuman, remember your strength, etc. I said, now Putin is your Jamwant, and Narendra Modi is our Jamwant. Right. And he clapped his hand. He said, Ambassador, now I understand the strength of India. So that's what it is. We understand each other perfectly. What did Putin say? India is our most trustworthy friend. He didn't say China. He said India.
Right.
Absolutely.
And I remember your lecture in Jaipur also when you brought out the same point. Thank you, Deepak Vora, as well as General Sivach, for joining us on the broadcast and decoding the entire paradigm for us. Tomorrow is that action-packed day where all of that bonhomie will turn into results to expand the India-Russia paradigm. Getting some more breaking news. Indigo is grappling with one of its most severe operational meltdowns in recent years, throwing air travel into chaos and leaving thousands of passengers stranded nationwide. Aviation body, the DGCA, held a detailed review meeting today with Indigo's top leadership. DGCA has directed Indigo to submit a roadmap for crew recruitment, training roster restructuring, safety risk assessments, and a mitigation plan for current disruptions and fortnightly progress reports. That is the big piece of news that's coming in when it comes to the chaos that Indigo is facing. I'm joined by my colleague Payal Mehta on the broadcast to get more details. Payal, over to you.
Well, Ayushman, more than a couple of meetings have in fact taken place. As we reported earlier, the GCA had a meeting with the Indigo officials. After the top officials of the Ministry of Civil Aviation, Indigo, and all the other stakeholders had a meeting which was chaired by Union Minister for Civil Aviation, Ram Mohan Naidu. The message has been very, very clear from the Government of India that passenger interests and passenger safety are paramount, and Indigo has to understand really that, and they have to sort themselves out. So this change that the Indigo is really referring to in terms of flight duty time limitations, which have been changed effective the Ahmedabad crash, the Indigo airline was given enough time to implement that, but for whatever reason they have not been able to implement that. But for that, the passengers cannot really suffer. There's a stern message coming in. And at the same time, because Indigo flies so many aircrafts in the whole day across sectors, those adjustments have to be taken over by other airlines, which clearly means that the airfare mounts are very, very high. That also has to be taken into consideration is what the government has really said. And they said they'll keep passenger interest first. And hopefully Indigo will be able to, solve this issue at the latest. Because Indigo is one of those most popular airlines which flies across multiple destinations. And they cannot be leaving passengers stranded with more than 1,500 flights being, cancelled or delayed because of multiple reasons at various airports across the country.
Right. Thank you, Payal, for decoding that for us. When we talk about Indigo, more breaking news that's coming in. As flyers continue to face travel disruptions due to mass cancellations of Indigo flights, the Civil Aviation Ministry has reviewed the airline's widespread operational issues. Civil Aviation Minister Ram Mohan Naidu and senior officials from the Ministry of Civil Aviation met Indigo's leadership and said that the situation is being closely monitored. They've asked the operations to be up and running as soon as possible to avoid any more disruptions. That is the pitch that's come in from the Civil Aviation Ministry. I'm joined by my colleague Anvit Srivastav to get more details. Anvit, over to you. As the crisis unfolds, the Civil Aviation Ministry giving those strict directives to Indigo.
Yes, see, the issue was discussed in detail, and Mr. Ram Mohan Naidu later also said that he had reviewed the operations of Indigo along with senior officials of the Ministry of Civil Aviation and those from the regulator, the DGCA, and said that he has instructed the DGCA and the concerned officials at the ministry to keep a close watch on the network and directed Indigos to normalize operations at the earliest.
Right.
Also, in addition, the AI and the airport operators have also been directed by the minister to provide all the support to the stranded passengers, because the number of flights, Ayushman, is actually has crossed more than 500 flights that have been cancelled, and I'm only talking about Delhi airport. The flights that have been affected. If we talk about delays, the number even goes higher. And if we talk about other airports, close to 1,000 flights have already been affected since yesterday, and thousands of passengers have already been stranded. So the issue is only getting grievous day by day, and Indigo has now said that it will take at least 1 to 2 more working days to resolve this matter, which also makes this problem even more grievous and greater concern.
Right. Thank you, Anvit, for getting us that update. But so the Indigo crisis continues, and it's only escalating with strict directives coming in from the centre. Shifting focus down south, Tamil Nadu BJP chief Nayanar Nagendran has been arrested by the police when he attempted, along with other Hindu activists, to go atop the Thiruparankundaram hill to light the Kartigai Deepam oil lamp at the stone pillar, which continues to be a point of contention. This has escalated to this extent where the Tamil Nadu BJP chief has now been arrested by the state police. To get more details, I'm joined by my colleague Purnima Murli on the broadcast. Purnima, give us the details.
Second day in a row, there was tense situation at the Thiruparankundaram region where BJP Tamil Nadu chief Nayanar Nagendran along with BJP cadre had gathered. They decided to go atop the hill after the Madurai bench had directed the petitioner to go and light the lamp at the ancient pillar located just closer to the Dargah at the hilltop. However, for the second day, the police did not allow them. There were heavy barricades in place. And because the BJP cadre gathered, they were detained by the police. The police said that they will be challenging the order, and therefore they will not allow anybody to go atop the hill. This is for the second day. Yesterday, we saw scuffle break out between
Very also.